Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. They ruled it a freak accident. They wrote it up in the local paper like a tragic footnote. 17-year-old boy found unresponsive while on the phone during a thunderstorm. No foul play suspected. No underlying condition found. A freak electrical incident. Case closed. Move on. But she never did. Because there's one thing no coroner's report ever mentioned, he still calls her. And the phone line he died on was cut decades ago. Tonight's story isn't about a haunted house or a cursed object. It's not about an urban legend you can avoid by not saying the name 3 times in a mirror. This started with something ordinary, boring even. A teenage girl, a rainy Tuesday night, and a cheap beige house phone screwed into a kitchen wall. She was 17, sitting at a sticky vinyl table, twirling the phone cord around her fingers, trying to work up the courage to ask, "Do you like me too?" He was lying on his bed across town, staring at the water running down his bedroom window, gathering the nerve to ask, "Will you be my girlfriend?" 2 kids who thought the scariest thing that could happen was rejection. Outside, the storm rolled in. The sky over New Jersey turned the color of an old bruise. Thunder crawled closer, window by window, street by street. The weather guy on TV said the usual things: severe thunderstorm warning, stay indoors, avoid using landline phones. Nobody listened. Why would they? At 7:08 p.m., she dialed his number. At 7:09 p.m., he picked up. At 7:10 p.m., lightning hit the phone line outside his grandmother's house. By 7:11 p.m., he was dead on the bed, a melted plastic receiver still pressed to his ear. No weapon, no struggle, no explanation. Doctors couldn't find anything wrong with his heart, his brain, his lungs. The only thing out of place was a ruptured eardrum and a burned path through the nerves leading straight to his head. So they shrugged and called it what people always call the things they don't understand, a freak accident. The line got disconnected. The number was retired. The house was sold. The phone itself ended up in a box in a dusty attic. That should have been the end of it. But for nearly 40 years, every time a bad storm rolls in, every time thunder shakes the glass and the sky lights up white, her phone rings. Or her office line, or the dorm hallway phone 2 states away, or a baby monitor in a house that doesn't even have a landline. Sometimes it's a full ringing sound. Sometimes it's just a single sharp brang that cuts off halfway as if someone changed their mind. Sometimes it's worse, a burst of static that somehow shapes itself into breathing, into syllables, into a boy's voice stuck on the edge of a question he never got to finish. And according to her, every time she tells this story in detail, every time someone listens all the way through, those calls spread. So before we go any further, do me a favor. Check the room you're in right now. Notice the little sounds, the hum of your fridge, the whisper of your AC, the faint hiss in your headphones. Notice whether your phone or your laptop or your TV has made a tiny glitchy noise since this video started. Because tonight, we're not just talking about what happened to her in 1985. We're going to talk about what might already be happening to you. Now that you've picked up his story, you can call me Kathy. I know you probably get a lot of stories. People writing in at weird hours because something creaked in the hallway, or their Alexa lit up by itself, or their security camera caught a moth and they decided it was a ghost. People who want you to spook them a little and then tuck them in with a, "It was probably nothing." This isn't that kind of story. I'm not sending this to your channel for comfort or closure or clicks. I'm writing because there is something that will not stop calling me, and I am tired of being the only one on the line. I'd like someone else to hear it for a change, even if all you can do is listen. Right now, as I start this, it's 11:47 p.m. The green digits on the cheap digital clock above my stove glow like two little radioactive eyes in the dark kitchen. The rest of the house is mostly black, washed in the faint orange spill from the street lamp outside and the sickly blue from my laptop screen. I live in a small, single-story rental on the edge of some suburb you've never heard of. One of those neighborhoods with the same three-house designs, repeated over and over like someone copy-pasted a blueprint down both sides of the street. Cracked driveways, dented mailboxes, trash cans permanently parked beside garages. If you drove past right now, you'd see a row of dim windows and wet asphalt reflecting the streetlights. Nothing special. The kind of place you'd forget before you hit the next red light. Inside, though, it feels like the world has shrunk to this one room and the noises inside it. The HVAC is doing its low, constant drone pushing lukewarm air through vents that rattle when it kicks too hard. The refrigerator behind me clicks, pauses, then begins its slow, mechanical hum, making the glasses in the cupboard vibrate just enough to be felt more than heard. Somewhere out on the main road, a car rolls by, tires hissing on wet pavement, then fades back into distance. And underneath everything, you can hear the rain starting to get serious. It began half an hour ago as a tentative tapping, like someone testing the glass with a fingertip. Now it's steadier, a soft, dense pattering on the roof, the porch awning, the thin window panes. Every few seconds, a heavier drop hits the metal handrail on the front steps and makes a sharper ping that cuts through the rest. On the table in front of me, my cell phone lies face up beside the laptop screen, dark. Every so often, it wakes on its own with a gentle buzz, lighting my little world in pale white for a moment. Severe thunderstorm warning until 1:30 a.m. Flash flood advisory, low-lying areas. When those warnings slide across the top, they look clinical, like they're about some general weather event happening to the area, not to anyone in particular. If you've never had a storm reach through the wall and touch you directly, they're just background noise. I've had that happen, so for me they're not notifications, they're countdowns. The phone is on Do Not Disturb. Always is if there's a storm in the forecast. That's rule number 1 in my house. When the sky turns ugly, the phone goes quiet. My kids make fun of me for it. Mom, it's 2020, whatever. Nobody gets electrocuted through a phone anymore, they'll say. They roll their eyes when I text, "Call me after the weather clears," in all caps. They think it's an aging boomer quirk, like not trusting online banking. They don't know the real reason. I've never told the whole thing. Peace is sure. Something bad happened to me with a phone and a thunderstorm when I was your age. It sounds like hyperbole when you put it that way. I don't let them call during storms. I insist on texts. If it's a real emergency, they know to call 911 first and me second. If it's not life or death, it can wait until the radar calms down. You might be thinking this sounds like anxiety. You might even be right. But anxiety usually starts somewhere. Mine started on a very specific night in 1985 with a beige plastic handset pressed against my ear and the sound of a boy taking a breath to ask me a question he never got to finish. The cursor on the blank document blinks, steady and impatient, waiting for me to finally say it. You run a horror channel. You know the pattern. My name is X. This happened. Why years ago? I swear it's true. So let's get that out of the way. My name is Kathy. I'm in my late 50s now. I live alone. I sleep with the TV on most nights because true silence makes me listen too hard for other things. And I am sending you this story because a part of my life is trapped on a line that should have gone dead a long time ago. I set my fingers on the keys and start typing. This is not a ghost story about a haunted house. I pause, reconsider, delete it. This is a story about a phone call that never really ended. That feels closer. The rain taps a bit harder against the front window, like it's reminding me it's here. There's a faint flicker of light through the blinds, no thunder yet, just the sky clearing its throat. I glance at my cell phone. Another notification line of strong storms moving through your area. I flip the phone face down so I don't have to see the screen wake up anymore. The tiny impact makes a dull thud on the wood, the case sliding half an inch before the rubber grips catch. For a long second, I just listen. HVAC hum. Fridge motor. Rain. Distant car door closing somewhere down the street. The almost inaudible high whine that all electronics make just below the level of conscious hearing. You probably never noticed that last one, but once you do, it's hard to ignore. Like once you've heard a particular kind of voice on the line, you can't unhear it buried in static. I take a breath and keep typing. Telling you about the old house in New Jersey, about kitchen phones screwed into walls, about how my whole world used to be as small as the length of a coiled cord. I type the words, once a phone line in my life carried more than just a dial tone. As soon as I hit the period, something else hits me back. The house phone rings. It's not the gentle little chime of a cordless handset. It's the old-fashioned, angry, mechanical ring of a wall-mounted landline echoing down the short hallway, sharp, metallic, and much too loud for the size of this house. Ring. I flinch so hard my knee clips the underside of the table. The laptop screen trembles. My heart jumps into my throat and stays there pounding against the inside of my skin. The second ring comes before I've even processed the first. Raw ring. I don't move. I don't stand up. I don't even swivel in my chair to look at it. I stare straight ahead at the laptop screen, breath suspended halfway in my chest. The phone is in the narrow hall between the living room and the bedroom screwed into the wall near the thermostat. I can't see it from where I'm sitting, but I can picture it perfectly off-white plastic going yellow around the edges, the keypad slightly worn, the coil of the cord, twisted and half-knotted from whoever lived here before me. I can also picture the tiny caller ID screen glowing that sickly digital green. I don't need to see it to know exactly what it says. Unknown, raw ring. Ring 3 is louder. It feels closer, like the sound has stepped into the doorway of the room. The rain seems to hush while it rings, as if the whole house is listening along. You might be thinking, just pick it up. That's what people always say when they hear stories like this. Curiosity, bravery, skepticism, take your pick. I did pick it up once. Years ago, during a storm. I heard something I have not been able to forget. We'll get there. Tonight at 11:50 p.m., I keep my hands on the table and my eyes on the words glowing in front of me. Ring. The ringtone cuts off mid-blast. The sudden silence rushes in like air into a vacuum. The HVAC hums on. The fridge gives a soft, internal clunk. The rain resumes its steady fingernails on the roof. Somewhere a truck downshifts on the main road. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My fingers leave little half-moon dents in my palms where my nails dug in. For a few seconds, I do nothing but listen, waiting for... I don't know. A second set of rings. A voice. A knock at the door to go with the call. Nothing happens. I swallow my throat dry and force myself to move again. The keys feel strangely cold under my fingertips. Of course, I say mostly to the laptop, but also to whatever else might be tuned in. My voice sounds smaller than I expected. It always knows when I start talking about him. The clock over the stove clicks as it rolls over to 11:51. The green digits flare a little brighter, then settle back. You don't know who him is yet. You don't know why that word comes with a storm and a ringing phone and 40 years worth of bad sleep. So here it is, simple and ugly. The first boy who ever tried to ask me to be his girlfriend died with a phone pressed to his ear. He died halfway through a sentence with my name on his tongue and my voice still in his ear. And a long time after they cut that line, after they sold the house, after they boxed up the handset and threw it into a landfill or an attic or wherever dead phones go, the call never really ended. This is the story of that night, and of everything that's been coming through the wires ever since. Back then, it was May 21st, 1985 in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. If you've never been there, don't feel bad. It's the kind of town that exists more as a backdrop than a destination. Tree-lined streets, small strip malls, baseball fields behind schools. The occasional siren somewhere far off that never seems to belong to anyone you know. My world at 17 was even smaller than that. It started at my parents' driveway and ended at the doors of Scotch Plains, Fanwood High. Everything important took place inside that loop: the walk to school, the hallway crushes, the bus to the mall, the slow evenings at home where the biggest decision was whether to watch Wheel of Fortune or Miami Vice. Our house was a one-story ranch with brown vinyl siding that always looked a little tired, no matter how many times my father hosed it down. Inside the living room had brown shag carpet thick enough to swallow small objects, and the walls were paneled with that fake wood that looked like it came free with a basement rec room. The TV was a big boxy thing that sat in a heavy wooden cabinet on the floor screen, curved dials worn shiny from years of fingers turning channels. Next to it on a low shelf were our VHS tapes, some store-bought, most recorded off TV. Each one had my mother's careful handwriting on the spine: E.T. Knight Rider, Xmas Special, 1983. The plastic cases clicked when you opened them, and if you put your nose close enough, you could still smell that faint, warm electronic scent from the last time the tape had run hot through the VCR. The kitchen was where the heart of the house beat, a cramped rectangle of worn laminate countertops, patterned with fake marble cabinets painted a shade of off-white that never quite matched the fridge. Above it all was a fluorescent light fixture with a yellowed plastic cover that buzzed and flickered when you first turned it on, then settled into a steady, low hum. The fridge itself was covered in magnets. Some held up grocery lists or school photos. Others were just souvenirs from places my parents had never been, but that relatives sent us: Atlantic City, Orlando, Niagara Falls. Right next to it, mounted on the wall near the doorway, was the center of this story, a beige landline phone with a coiled cord. The handset rested on a cradle attached to the wall, the cord dangling down in lazy spirals, twisted and retwisted from countless hours of someone, usually me, wrapping it around their fingers while they talked. The number pad was built into the base, big plastic buttons with dark numbers that had started to lose their sharpness at the edges. That phone rang for telemarketers, for my grandmother, for wrong numbers, for my dad's job, for my mom's sisters. But for me at 17, it was more than just a piece of plastic. It was a gate. And on the other side of it was Jason. At school, I was no one special. I wasn't a cheerleader or a genius or the girl all the guys whispered about. I was regular, average. The kind of girl who blended into the flow of kids in the hallway, hugging a stack of textbooks to her chest, hoping her backpack didn't look as dorky as she secretly feared it did. My days were a routine of lockers, slamming sneakers, squeaking on the waxed floors, the smell of cafeteria pizza and pencil shavings. I had a small circle of friends. We swapped mixtapes, carefully curated playlists recorded off the radio, complete with the DJ's voice cutting off the start or end of songs if you weren't fast enough on the record button. We took the bus to the Watchung Mall on weekends, pretending to be older than we were, trying on clothes we couldn't afford, spraying perfume samples in the air like we were baptizing ourselves into adulthood. In that little world, the biggest dramas weren't about life or death. They were about who liked who and who was official. You have to understand how big of a deal that word was boyfriend. It wasn't just a label, it was a status change. One day, you were just two people who occasionally made eye contact in biology. The next day, you were together. You walked down the hallway side by side. You shared fries at lunch. You sat together on the bus. Your name were suddenly said in the same breath by other people, Kathy and Ben Erica and Mike Jason, and I wanted that. Badly. I wanted someone to say my name with someone else's like they belonged in the same sentence. For most of that year, no one did. Then Jason showed up. He transferred in mid-year, which was unusual. Some vague story about his parents needing some time to figure things out, and him coming to live with his grandmother on Front Street for a while. The kind of adult situation you don't get details about as a teenager, just the outline. The first time I saw him, he was standing by the water fountain outside the math wing. He was tall and lanky, all long arms and scuffed sneakers, his backpack hanging off one shoulder, like gravity hadn't quite decided what to do with him yet. His dark hair was too long for the school's idea of respectable, but not long enough to be rebellious, falling into his eyes in a way that made him keep pushing it back with the heel of his hand. He wore faded band t-shirts, Metallica, The Police. Sometimes ones so washed out you couldn't read the logo anymore, and the same pair of jeans at least 3 times a week. In class, he sat near the back, not slouching like a troublemaker, not straight-backed like a try-hard, but somewhere in between, his notebook open margins filled with little doodles, guitars, lightning bolts, distorted faces, phone cords looping into knots. He wasn't loud. He wasn't one of those boys who needed everyone to hear every joke he cracked. But when he did speak quietly to the person next to him, there was a dry humor there that made you feel like you'd just been let in on something. That might have been what I noticed first, that it felt like there was something happening behind his eyes all the time. Like he was listening to a station no one else was tuned into. We were assigned lab partners in chemistry. That's how we started talking. Passing beakers, comparing answers, laughing under our breath, when the teacher made some awkward analogy about covalent bonds being like a good marriage. On the days when the weather was nice, we both walked home. For a while, we just happened to be heading in the same direction. Him peeling off toward Front Street, me turning off onto my block. Eventually, happened to become waited for. Those walks home were where everything grew. He'd pull a cassette out of his bag and say, "Do you know this band?" And I'd shake my head, and he'd talk about them like he was letting me in on a secret drawing the logo in the air with his finger. I'd tell him which teachers to avoid ticking off. He'd tell me stories about his old town, how the kids there were jerks, how the guidance counselor smelled like pickles and despair. There were shy glances that lasted half a second longer than they needed to. Jokes that made us both laugh too hard, then look away. The kind of electric silence that falls between two people when they both want to say something and are too scared to be the first. And because this was high school, other people noticed. "He likes you," my friend Erica declared one day at lunch, stabbing a fry in my direction like it was proof. "Did you see the way he looked at you in chem when you answered that question, girl? Please." He looks at everyone I said, picking at my sandwich. "Not like that," she shot back. "Just call him already, Kathy. It's 1985, not the Stone Age. You can use a telephone without it being a marriage proposal." I remember blushing so hard my ears burned. "I don't even know his number." "Liar," she said. "You wrote it on the back of your history notes." I saw it. She had. He'd scribbled it down for me a few days earlier, casual and quick, like it wasn't a big deal. "In case you need help with the homework," he'd said, sliding the slip of paper across the lab table. I'd tucked it into my notebook like it was a lottery ticket. In the cafeteria that day, while trays clattered and someone's boombox played tinny pop from the corner, Erica leaned in and dropped the line that would end up mattering much more than either of us realized. "Call him Tuesday night," she said. "After dinner. No excuse. Promise." I rolled my eyes, but I said it anyway. "Fine. Tuesday. Half joke, half dare. Half something else I couldn't name." We shook on it over a pile of napkins. The closer Tuesday got, the more the world seemed to rearrange itself around that promise. It wasn't that anything big changed. It was just the way little things stuck out. Monday night, the local TV weatherman stood in front of a blue-screen map of New Jersey with a crooked grin and a bright red tie, gesturing at a big smudge of green and yellow moving across the state. "We're looking at one heck of a thunderstorm rolling in late tomorrow afternoon," he said. "Heavy rain, strong winds, maybe some lightning to go with that. So if you've got any outdoor plans, folks, you might want to move them inside." He chuckled like the storm was an invited guest at a barbecue. The sound of his voice floated out of the living room into the kitchen, where I was rinsing dishes. I could hear the wind already pushing at the siding, making the gutters creak a little. When I looked up at the window over the sink, the sky had that flat, chalky gray color it gets right before it starts to pour. In the background, the phone on the wall loomed larger than usual. Beige, plastic, coiled cord resting quietly in its cradle as if it were waiting. My mom clucked her tongue and said, "Don't worry, we've had worse. Just means I won't have to water the lawn tomorrow." I told myself the same thing about the storm that night that I told myself about the phone call. It's just weather. It's just a phone call. But there was a small, tight place in my chest that didn't believe me. The next morning, Tuesday, the air felt strange the moment I stepped outside. Heavier. Warmer than it should have been, with a kind of sticky stillness that made the hairs on my arms rise before the sun was fully up. At school, everyone was complaining about the humidity, fanning themselves with folders tugging at collars. The hallways smelled like sweat and floor cleaner. By lunchtime, the sky outside the cafeteria windows had gone from chalky gray to something darker, the clouds gathering like they were having a meeting. You could hear the occasional low rumble of thunder so far away, it might have been a truck on the highway if you weren't paying attention. "Looks like the weatherman wasn't full of it for once," Erica said, nodding at the windows as we sat down with our trays. I pushed a piece of limp lettuce around my plate. "Yeah." She gave me a look. "You haven't talked yourself out of tonight, have you?" I stared down at my salad, then at the little square of paper folded into quarters in my pocket. "No," I said. "I'll call him." She grinned. "Good, because if you don't, I will. And I'll tell him you cried through The Exorcist." "I did not cry through The Exorcist," I protested. "You absolutely did," she said. "You made that little noise with your throat when the head—" Okay, I'll call," I said quickly, cutting her off, laughing despite the knot in my stomach. The thunder outside punctuated the moment with a distant, hollow boom. A few people glanced at the windows. Nobody looked worried. Storms were just part of life. You watched them through glass, you counted the seconds between lightning and thunder, you went back to whatever you were doing. I told myself that's all this was. All afternoon between classes, my mind kept skipping ahead to that evening, to the way the phone would feel in my hand, cool and slightly sticky from too many fingers, to the sound of the dial tones as I pressed each number, to his voice on the other end. Every time the thought came, my stomach swooped a mix of nerves and something almost like hope. By the time I walked home, the wind had picked up, pushing leaves across the sidewalk in dry skitters. The sky over Scotch Plains looked bruised purple-black in places the sun smothered behind thick, heavy clouds. I could hear car tires hissing on the wet street as the first light rain started to fall, dotting the pavement, darkening the concrete one drop at a time. I remember turning the corner onto my block, seeing our house ahead, brown siding, small porch, and feeling a strange double awareness. On one level, it was just another Tuesday. On another, it felt like I was stepping toward a moment my life had been slowly rolling toward for weeks, without me noticing. Inside the house smelled like whatever my mom was prepping for dinner, and the faint sweet must of old books. The fluorescent light in the kitchen flicked on with its usual crackle when she hit the switch, throwing a yellow glow over the countertops. And there on the wall beside the fridge, the beige phone hung in its usual place. The coil of the cord rested in a loose spiral on the counter, the handset snug in the cradle. I stood there longer than I should have, my backpack sliding off one shoulder, watching it. It didn't move. It didn't ring. It didn't do anything that would look strange to someone else. But even then, I had the unsettling feeling that I wasn't just looking at it. It was looking back. By the time the afternoon sagged into evening, the storm had fully arrived. It started small, just a steady patter against the kitchen window, as my mom filled a big metal pot with water and set it on the stove. By the time she'd dropped the spaghetti in, the patter had turned into a full-on drum roll. The sound of the rain on the roof and the porch awning blended into a thick, constant roar, like someone had turned on a giant white noise machine over our little house. The kitchen was full of steam and the smell of tomatoes and garlic. My mom's sauce had been simmering all afternoon in another pot, a red, bubbling mass that splattered the back of the stove and filled the room with that heavy, comforting scent that meant we were staying in for the night. The fluorescent light above us buzzed faintly, bathing everything in its usual yellowish glow, making the steam look like fog in a horror movie. In the living room, my dad had the TV on volume just high enough that I could hear it through the doorway. Some game show, I couldn't see the screen, but I recognized the cadence of it. Host's overexcited voice canned applause, contestants laughing nervously. Every time someone gave a wrong answer, a low buzzer sounded, followed by that fake laugh track. People never really laughed like in real life. On the counter beside the stove, the little radio my mom kept in the kitchen played softly tuned to the local station. An 80s ballad drifted out in tinny sound synthesizers and drum machines, and a man's voice singing about heartbreak. Every so often, the song would be sliced in half by a sharp electronic tone, and the announcer would cut in with the same calm seriousness he probably used for every storm. We interrupt this program with a severe weather update. A line of strong thunderstorms is moving across Union County. Expect heavy rainfall, gusty winds, frequent lightning, and possible hail. Please remain indoors and avoid using corded telephones during the storm. Every time he said that last part, I felt my eyes drift to the beige phone on the wall. It hung there beside the fridge, perfectly innocent. The cord coiled in loose loops, the handset resting in its cradle like it was asleep. To anyone else, it was just a phone. To me that evening, it felt like an animal pretending to be asleep, one eye cracked open, watching. Outside, the rain intensified, beating harder on the windows until the glass rattled a little in the frame. The occasional deep rumble of thunder rolled overhead, low and long, making the plates in the cupboard clink against each other and the silverware in the drawer give a faint jittering sound. Underneath it all, there was the constant layered hum of the house. The fridge motor cycling on and off, the fluorescent lights buzz, the low murmur of the TV in the other room, the radio whispering its songs and warnings. It made the house feel less like a collection of wood and drywall and more like a living machine, breathing and humming and responding to the electrical moods of the sky. I'd done my homework at the table, or at least pretended to. My books were spread out in front of me. My pen tapped absently against the margins while my eyes kept drifting toward the doorway, toward that rectangle of wall where the phone sat. Every few minutes, I'd stand up and walk to the sink to rinse a plate or get a glass of water just to move. On the way back, I'd pass the phone. Sometimes I'd reach out without thinking and run my fingers along the cord, feeling the plastic ridges. It felt cooler than the rest of the room, like it had its own microclimate. I must have changed my mind 100 times between 5 and 6:30. I'll call after we eat. No, I'll call before dinner so I don't have to sit through the meal thinking about it. No, that's weird. People are always busy before dinner. He'll be setting the table or something. I'll call later. There's always later. The questions chased each other around my head. What if he laughs? What if he says, "Sorry, I don't like you like that"? What if I've completely misread everything and this is all in my head? Every time my brain came up with a new horrible possibility, I pictured Erica rolling her eyes and saying, "Just call him already, Kathy. It's just a phone. It's not a marriage license." My mom moved past me to pull a drawer open, the silverware clinking inside. "Hey," she said casually, like she'd just remembered something. "If you're going to call that boy, do it before the line goes out." I blinked at her. "What?" She shrugged, lifting a handful of forks. "Storm like this. We might lose power. Last thing you want is to finally work up the nerve to dial and have the phone cut out on you." She smiled to herself and turned back to the stove, completely unaware of the way her words slammed into me. In hindsight, that sentence feels like someone reading a curse out loud by accident. At the time, it just made my heart pound a little faster. I watched her for a second, the way the light glinted off the steam rising from the sauce, the way the rain traced water paths down the glass beyond her shoulder. Then I turned and looked at the phone again. That was when the lightning really arrived. The first big flash came without warning. 1 second, the kitchen was its usual warm yellow. The next, everything was white. Not bright white. The kind of white that erases shadows, that makes every edge hard and sharp for a single heartbeat. In that frozen instant, I saw every detail too clearly: the pockmarks in the laminate countertop, the tiny grease splatter on the stove knob, the dust on top of the fridge, the faint hairline crack in the plastic casing of the phone. Then it was over. The world snapped back into yellow and brown. My pupils scrambled to catch up. Less than 2 seconds later, thunder hit a cracking boom right on top of us that made the entire house jump. The window glass vibrated in its frame. The plates in the cabinet rattled so hard, one of them toppled and clanged against the one in front of it. The fluorescent light overhead flickered violently, going out for a fraction of a second, plunging us into a strobing half-dark, then popped back on with a loud electrical snap and a louder buzz, as if it had to shout to prove it was still alive. My mom laughed nervously. "Well," she said, stirring the sauce a little faster, "there's your fireworks for the night." I swallowed and wiped my palms on my jeans. My skin felt prickly, every hair standing on end, like the air in the room had been briefly sucked out and replaced. The radio cut out mid-song with a burst of static, then came back to life with the announcer's voice. "We are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Please remain indoors and avoid using landline phones until the storm passes." "See," my mom said, nodding toward the radio. "Even the guy on the radio agrees with me." I tried to smile, but my mouth felt funny. My eyes drifted again to the phone. And right on cue, as if it had been waiting for the dramatic timing, it rang. The sound was like an attack. I was staring directly at it when the ring exploded into the room, that harsh, metallic, two-tone clang that landlines made. It was so loud, it felt like it had come from inside my chest instead of from the wall. My whole body jerked. My chair scraped against the tile. The pen I'd been holding flew out of my hand and rolled off the table. Jesus, I gasped, half laughing, half shocked, pressing a hand to my sternum. My mom just shook her head. "Phone," she said, like an obvious answer. "Are you going to get that?" I stood up, my legs a little rubbery, and crossed the short distance to the wall. The caller ID box sitting on the counter winked on with that dull green glow, numbers blinking up at me. For a second, my brain saw something else, zeros, blanks, but then it resolved into my Aunt Lisa's number. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and picked up the handset. "Hello, oh my God, is it pouring there?" My aunt's voice crackled through, half drowned out by the background noise of her own TV and a shrill sound that might have been one of her kids. "We just got a bolt that shook the whole street. I thought the roof was gonna come off. We did the standard storm small talk. Yes, it's bad here too. Yes, the lights flickered. Yes, I know not to stand under trees." And after a minute, she let me go so my mom could keep stirring that sauce before it turns to paste. When I hung up, the ringing echo was still inside my ears. It felt like the house had soaked it up, the walls and the cupboards and the floorboards, now holding that sound like a tuning fork holds vibration. I went back to my chair and sat down. The phone stayed on the wall behind me, quiet again, but my back felt too aware of it. I glanced at the clock on the stove. The red digits glowed 7:02 p.m. My mom wiped her hands on a dish towel and nodded toward the kitchen table. "Dishwasher's running, sauce is simmering, your father's glued to the TV," she said. "No one's going to bother you. If you're going to do it now." As if to underline her words, the dishwasher kicked on in the corner water, sloshing and spraying inside with a rhythmic whoosh whoosh. From the living room came a swell of canned laughter, followed by the patter of a commercial. Somewhere above us, thunder rumbled again, a slower, heavier kind that seemed to vibrate down through the ceiling into the floor. The wall clock near the doorway ticked each second, a tiny clack of plastic. Tick, tick, tick. They all layered together, the slosh of the dishwasher, the TV murmur, the ticking clock, into a strange kind of countdown. I licked my lips, which had suddenly gone dry, and reached for the phone. The handset felt cool and smooth in my palm, the weight of it both familiar and strangely significant. My thumb hovered over the keypad. I could have put it back. I could have waited for the storm to pass. I could have told myself tomorrow and meant it. Instead, I unfolded the little scrap of paper with Jason's number on it and began pressing the buttons one by one. Each press made a soft, electronic beep, the sound oddly small against the backdrop of rain and thunder and household noise. Beep, beep, beep. If I had known that string of tiny beeps would line up almost perfectly with the last few seconds of his life, I would have hung up. I would have never picked up a phone again. The first ring barely had time to echo before he picked up. Hello, just that. One word. But it sent a strange little jolt through me, like I'd grabbed something lightly electrified. His voice came through the line, warm and slightly amused, with that lazy, familiar tone he used at school when he was pretending nothing ever rattled him. For a second, I forgot every sentence I'd rehearsed. Hey. It's me. Kathy. There was a pause, half a heartbeat. Then I heard his smile. "Oh, hey," he said. The way he said it made it sound like he'd been expecting me, like he'd only just walked away from me in the hallway, and we'd picked the conversation back up. Perfect timing. I just escaped my cousins. They're on some kind of sugar high in the living room. Behind his voice, I could hear the soft hiss of the line, that constant low shh that all phones had back then, like they were breathing faintly into your ear. Under that was the muffled sound of a TV, some commercial jingle drowned out by the rain, I could hear hitting his windows on the other end. On my side, the storm pressed against the house with both hands. Rain hammered the kitchen window in sheets running down the glass in fast-moving rivulets. Thunder rumbled overhead, distant but growing. The fluorescent light buzzed steadily, casting my shadow long and warped across the floor. But with the phone pressed to my ear, it was like all of that moved a little farther away. The loudest thing in my world was his voice filling the space between the earpiece and my skin. It felt intimate in a way I hadn't been prepared for. Like I'd taken a private piece of the day, his end-of-evening voice, his bedroom background noises, and pulled them into my kitchen. I pictured him in his grandmother's house on Front Street, the way I'd imagined it a dozen times. A small spare bedroom paint, slightly peeling posters tacked up crookedly on the walls, a twin bed with a faded comforter, a dresser with a mismatched lamp, maybe a stack of tapes near a cheap cassette player. I pictured the hallway outside dim with a strip of light from the living room spilling under his door. As he shifted the phone in his hand, I heard footsteps on his side light and quick kids racing past, and a muffled shout of someone telling someone else to calm down. The floor under him gave a little creak, the sound traveling down the line like the house itself was leaning in to listen. It was eerie and comforting at the same time, feeling like I was standing half in my kitchen, half in that room with him. "You sound different on the phone," he said after a moment. I winced. Weird, different, or good different? He laughed, a low, easy sound that fuzzed slightly at the edges of the connection. Good different. Less, I don't know. Less like you're trying to pretend you're not smarter than everybody in chem. I do not pretend that, I said, automatic. "Please," he said. "You do that thing where you look at the answer, then look at the teacher like you're debating whether it's worth correcting him." Heat crawled up my neck. "Shut up," I said, but I was smiling. Outside, thunder grumbled closer now. For a second, his voice dipped under the sound swallowed by it. When it came back up, there was a little crackle around the edges, a tiny burst of static that made the words fizz slightly. I frowned. "Did you hear that? Hear what he said?" "Nothing," I lied. "Weather's just being weird." We talked about school because that was the easiest place to start. He complained about algebra like it had personally offended him. I complained about the English teacher who loved pop quizzes. We compared notes on which cafeteria meal was the worst, which kid in class was most likely to end up on the news one day for a very specific crime involving frogs and fireworks. Every now and then, another clap of thunder would roll across the sky. Each time it did, the sound on the line would warp a little, an extra burst of static, a faint glitch in his sentence like a skipped frame in a film. It wasn't enough to make me think something supernatural was happening. It was just enough to make me press the receiver tighter to my ear. The coil of the cord hanging between the handset and the wall swayed slightly every time the fridge motor kicked on behind me, brushing against my arm. It felt like it was moving on its own, snaking and twisting like a restless thing. So he said after a while, on a scale from 1 to 10, "How dead are you about that chem test next week?" 11, I said. "I'm literally going to haunt the lab." "Nice," he chuckled. "At least then I'd have someone interesting to talk to when I fail it." "Please, you're not going to fail," I said. "You're just allergic to studying." "I'm allergic to boredom," he corrected. "It's different. You spent 20 minutes drawing a phone strangling a person in your notebook today," I pointed out. He snorted. "That was art. Also, technically, it was strangling the teacher, so you're welcome." I could hear the grin in his voice. I found myself mirroring it, my shoulders unknotting a little. This was easy. This was just us. The way we always were walking home, except that now the air between us was measured in miles and copper, not sidewalk cracks. Another distant rumble rolled across the house, this one ending in a sharper crack. The kitchen window shivered in its frame. The radio on the counter hissed for a second as static crawled over the song, then shrugged it off and kept playing. "Storms worse there or here?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "You tell me." He went quiet for a second, like he was listening to it. Through the phone, I could hear the rain on his end hitting glass, in a slightly different pattern than mine. It sounded sharper, like his window was closer to the street. There was another noise, too, a faint, high-pitched giggle and the thump of something hitting a couch cushion. "Guys," he called, turning his head away from the receiver. His voice came through thin and distant, and I could hear the room on his side open up a little. "I'm on the phone." Who, with a small voice, yelled back, muffled by the line. Another higher voice chimed in immediately. "Is it your Earl friend?" I heard the rustle of a pillow being thrown, a yelp, and then a muted scolding from somewhere out of frame that had to be his grandmother. Jason exhaled into the receiver, closer again. The warm puff of air tickled my ear through the plastic. "Sorry," he said. "Twin gremlins." I laughed. "How old are they?" 10, he said. Which in cousin years is like 30 annoying. Out in my living room, the game show reached some kind of climax. The audience burst into loud, canned applause, and someone squealed, "You've just won a brand new car." The sound filtered down the hall, bumping into the storm noise and the radio music and Jason's voice. Everything layering on top of everything else until the house didn't feel like walls anymore, just a box of sounds. Under all of it, my heart kept doing that uneven beat, jerking a little every time there was a pause in the conversation. I could feel sweat forming on the hand holding the receiver, my fingers leaving a slightly damp ghost on the smooth plastic. Just ask him, I thought. Just ask. The worst he can do is say no. People survive no all the time. It's not a death sentence. The phrase made a weird little circle in my brain. I pushed it away. "What are you doing after the test?" I blurted instead. "Assuming I survive," he said. "Yeah." He hesitated. "I don't know. Probably nothing. Maybe I'll celebrate by not thinking about equations for at least 24 hours. I laughed, but the sound came out thin. I don't know. We could maybe go to the mall or something, after school. Get pizza." There was a pause long enough that I suddenly hated myself for saying it. "Or not," I added quickly. "I mean, it was just..." "No, that sounds cool," he cut in. "We should. There's this new arcade game there I want to destroy you at." I smiled so hard my cheeks hurt. "You can try." My mom moved behind me, slipping plates into the open dishwasher. The door squeaked as she pulled out the bottom rack. The clink of ceramic against metal sounded loud in my ear for a second, overlapping with the faint chatter coming from Jason's TV. Another flash of lightning lit the kitchen, less intense than earlier, but bright enough to bleach the colors out of the room for a breath. The thunder followed quicker this time, the gap shorter, the boom louder. The phone crackled softly in response, a little fizz that crawled over his next word, biting it off at the end. "You hear that one?" he said. "Yeah," I replied. "We're definitely getting the same storm." "Good," he said, joking. "If I die, at least you can't say you had good weather. Don't say that I said sharper than I meant to." He chuckled, but there was a tiny question mark in it. "What, you don't want to be storm buddies?" "Storm buddies is fine," I said. "Dying is not a thing I want you to do tonight." The line popped again quietly, like it was swallowing a word. "Relax," he said. "We're grounded in every sense of the word." Grandma freaks out if we even stand near a window. As if summoned, I heard her voice in the background, muffled but distinct. Jason, dinner in 5. Tell the boys to wash their hands. He covered the receiver with his hand. I heard the soft woof of it. Okay, he called back then to me, I told you. Held hostage by family dinner. Prisoner of pasta, I said. Hey, don't knock pasta, he replied. It might be the only good part of my week. The tension in my shoulders loosened a fraction. We slipped back into easy banter for another couple of minutes, trading stupid jokes about teacher quirks and cafeteria rumors. Every time the conversation smoothed out, that other part of my brain, the one that knew we were running out of time before he got called away, started to panic. Just ask him, it insisted. Say it. You promised Erica. You promised yourself. Just actually, he said. The tone in his voice shifted. It was subtle. A tiny drop in pitch, a slight slowing down like he'd stepped from the shallow end of the pool into deeper water. In the background, his cousin's voices faded into another room. The TV seemed quieter. The rain on his end sounded closer. On my side, the house felt like it held its breath with me. Actually, what I asked. My own voice sounded too bright, too sharp in my ear. There was a pause, not long, but dense. I wanted to ask you something, he said. The soft hiss of the line filled the space between us, and my heart started to race so hard. I could feel it in the hand, holding the receiver pulsing against the plastic, like it was trying to break through. For a moment, neither of us says anything. I can hear him breathing through the phone. It's faint, softened by the line's constant low hiss, but it's there steady, a little faster than usual. That tiny human sound feels suddenly huge. It's the only thing anchoring me to the fact that this isn't some dream where walls and weather talk back. This is just a boy in a bedroom on the other end of a wire. He shifts his weight, and the spring of his mattress creaks, the sound traveling down the line like someone plucked a rusted guitar string underwater. I picture him sitting on the edge of his bed, now 1 foot on the floor, elbow on his knee phone, tucked between his shoulder and his ear. There's a tiny rustle of the phone cord as he adjusts it, the plastic spirals scraping against the fabric of his shirt. It's such a small, ordinary sound. I have no idea, standing there in my kitchen, with the receiver pressed to my head, that it's going to be one of the last live sounds I ever hear from his side. Outside our house, the storm has stopped pretending. The rain isn't just falling anymore. It's roaring, a continuous crashing hiss, like someone's shaking a gigantic sheet of plastic over the entire roof. It drowns out the softer noises of the neighborhood, the distant traffic, the occasional dog bark. All that's left is water and wind. Thunder, which had been rumbling politely in the distance before, is now getting closer and sharper. Those long, low growls have shortened into sudden cracks, the difference between someone rolling a bowling ball and someone slamming a door right in your face. Each one arrives harder, closer to the flash, like the sky is tightening its grip. In the kitchen, the fluorescent light hums louder, as if straining. The edges of everything feel strangely over-defined. The coil of the phone cord brushes against my forearm when I shift my weight, and it makes me jump like I've been touched. "You still there?" he asks. "Yeah," I say. My voice sounds small. "Okay, good. He trails off, and I listen to him inhale, exhale, inhale again. He's psyching himself up too. Somehow that makes it worse and better at the same time. In the living room, the TV audience bursts into laughter at some joke I can't hear the setup of. The sound swells, then dips. The house is full of other people's reactions, canned and real, and here I am, caught in this tiny, quiet pocket, with one real boy on one unreal connection. My palm is slick where it grips the receiver. I adjust it against my ear. It squeaks faintly. He takes another breath deeper this time. He starts. I wanted to ask if the world explodes. It's not thunder. Thunder is big and rolling. It's sky-sized. Even when it's loud, it feels like something happening out there above roofs and trees and telephone poles. This is not that. This is a hyper-sharp, metallic crack that doesn't seem to come from outside at all. It's as if someone jammed a lit sparkler straight into the center of the handset and detonated it. The sound doesn't just hit my ear, it hits inside my head like a bolt of white metal driven straight through my right temple. For a split second, the kitchen lights go pure white. Not just brighter white like the color has been scraped off reality. The fluorescent tube above me cuts out completely, plunging everything into a flash of harsh contrast, and then slams back on with a roar of buzzing so loud it's almost another kind of thunder. The dishwasher in the corner shudders mid-cycle. I hear water inside it slosh violently against the metal walls with an ugly offbeat whomp like a wave hitting the side of a boat. The motor hiccups, whines high and thin, then somehow catches and resumes its rhythmic churn. And through all of that, there's pain. It's a spike in my ear, sudden and vicious, shooting deep, not on the surface, like when you clap your hands over your ears too late. It feels like something has stabbed straight down the ear canal and bloomed hot inside my skull. I gasp and flinch, the receiver digging into the side of my head as my hand convulses. For half a heartbeat, I smell something wrong. A faint, acrid scent, burned plastic singed dust threading through the normal kitchen smells of sauce and steam and dish soap. It hits the back of my throat, sharp and chemical there, and gone so fast I almost convince myself I imagined it. The phone jumps in my grip like it's alive, like some invisible fist just punched it. The coil of the cord whips out, bouncing against my arm. It's only because my fingers clamp reflexively tighter that I don't drop the handset onto the tile. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the noise stops. No crack, no thunder, no lightning. Just the lingering ache in my ear and my own harsh breathing. But something is wrong with the line. Before, there had always been that soft bed of sound under Jason's voice, the hiss, the murmur of his TV, the occasional laugh or shout from his cousins, the patter of rain on his window. Now there's nothing. Not true silence, not the empty click of a dead call. There's this thin, almost inaudible whine, high and distant, like feedback from a microphone held just a little too close to a speaker in another room. It's the sound you feel more in your teeth than hear in your ears. Jason, I say. My own voice sounds strange to me, as if it's being played back from a recording instead of coming out of my mouth. The word falls into the whine on the line and disappears. I swallow my throat dry and say his name again. Louder this time. Jason, nothing. No breathing. No bed creak. No TV. No cousins. The world on his side of the connection feels like someone turned it off with a master switch. The pain in my ear pulses once more, then settles into a dull throb. I press the receiver harder against my head, as if force alone can push through whatever's blocking his end. Jason, can you hear me? My voice cracks on the last word. From the stove, my mother yells over her shoulder, "Whoa, that one hit close." Only then do I realize that on top of the crack in the handset, there must have been regular thunder too. Out the window, the yard looks like it's underwater rain bouncing off the grass in thick, relentless sheets. The kitchen window shivers faintly in its frame. In the living room, the TV makes a fizzling sound, the picture warping for a second. There's a brief flicker, like the show has been replaced with a gray, static, dusted smear. Then it snaps back to the game show. The host's voice cuts in mid-word too loud, then normalizes as the sound adjusts. On the counter, The radio gives a burst of static that sounds almost like a scream. Then the song slides back into place as if nothing happened. The announcer's voice pops in briefly. "We're seeing some intense activity out there, folks. Please stay off the phones if you can." I clutch the handset tighter. My heart is pounding so hard it feels like it's shaking my bones. One more time. Jason, the whine, stays the same, thin, high, and different. The skin around my ear feels hot. There's a strange, hollow pressure behind my eyes, like they're being pushed on from inside. I realize I'm shaking tiny tremors traveling from my shoulders down my arms into my hands. Maybe the line cut out my mom calls, not turning around. She has no idea how true that might be. I stand there frozen, the phone pressed so hard against my head that my knuckles are white. I don't know how long I listen like that, 10 seconds, 20 a minute. It feels both instant and endless. At some point, breathing hard and starting to feel stupid and scared in equal measure, I make myself pull the phone away from my ear. I stare at the dull beige plastic, half expecting to see something burned into it. It looks normal. The cord looks normal. The cradle looks normal. My ear still throbs. I lower the handset slowly, like I'm handling something fragile, and guide it back onto the cradle. The little plastic hook switches depress with a tiny click. The moment the receiver lands, the phone screams to life again. The ring is instantaneous, and ear-splitting, exploding out of the device like it never stopped. The abruptness of it makes a yelp tear out of my throat. My chair tips as I jerk backward, the legs scraping hard against the floor. I almost knock it over. For a half second, my brain does a wild, impossible leap. He's calling back. He's calling back. Something's trying to claw its way back through Kathy. Get the phone. My mom snaps instinctively at the same time. My heart slams against my ribs. I fumble the handset off the cradle again, nearly dropping it this time, and slap it to my ear. "Hello." It comes out as a breathless, panicked demand. "Geez, breathe, honey." My Aunt Lisa's voice crackles through, full of static, but unmistakable. "You sound like you just ran a marathon. Is the sky falling over there too?" For a second, my brain refuses to reconcile the ordinary annoyance in her tone with the way my hand is shaking. Another boom rolls through the house, less sharp than before, but still heavy. The lights flutter. Yeah, I manage forcing my voice to flatten to sound normal. "Yeah, it's pretty bad." She launches into a monologue about their power flickering, how her youngest screamed when the transformer down the street popped, how she's thinking about lighting candles just to be safe. Her words blur at the edges. I nod and make little noises in the right places, but my attention is half on the phantom pain in my ear and half on the silent space where a boy's voice should still be. The ring still echoes inside my head, loud and too close, like it's been imprinted on the inside of my skull. By the time she lets me go, assuring my mom in the background that we're all good, just checking in, my pulse has dialed itself down from frantic to just fast. I hang up again more gently this time and stand in the kitchen listening. The storm is still raging. The house still hums. But somewhere in all that sound, there's a new awareness, a gap, a blank spot where something was and isn't anymore. "Everything all right?" my mom asks, not looking away from the sauce she's stirring. Yeah, I lie. Aunt Lisa, just checking the storm. I bring a hand up to rub the side of my head, fingers massaging around my ear. The skin feels warmer on that side. When I pull my hand away, there's a tiny smear of red on my knuckle. For a second, I just stare at it. It's not much. A thin, watery streak already starting to bead. My nose tingles on the same side as my aching ear, that weird pre-bleed feeling, like someone changed the air pressure just around my face. I sniff swipe quickly under my nostril with the back of my wrist and get another faint smudge of blood. It's hardly anything. A brief, quiet nosebleed, the kind I'd had a few times as a kid on hot days. I look at my mom's back, at the doorway to the living room, at the phone. I'm fine, I tell myself more than anyone else. I grab a paper towel, dab once, and ball it up before anyone notices. I throw it into the trash can under the sink, burying it under a layer of onion peels and junk mail. I don't tell anyone. Later, when they say the lightning hit the line, when they say it traveled straight into the house and into him, when they say it stopped his life in a single blazing instant, I will remember that small secret smear of red on my hand. I will remember that I was on the line too. The next morning, the school sounded wrong before I even knew why. Usually when you walk into a high school hallway before first period, it's chaos. Lockers banging open and shut, someone laughing too loud, down by the gym teacher's shoes, clicking the squeak of sneakers on that overly waxed beige floor. A constant mutter of voices, the occasional burst of a shouted joke, the metallic slam of a locker door someone took out their frustration on. All those sounds were still there. But something underneath them was missing. There was a hush threaded through everything, a heaviness in the way people moved and talked. Conversations seemed to stop mid-sentence when certain groups passed each other. Eyes darted toward the office, toward the guidance wing, then away. Even the PA system, which usually crackled to life with cheerful, too-early announcements, stayed quiet for longer than it should have. It was like walking into a room where someone had just been crying. You didn't see the tears, but you could feel the shape of them in the air. I didn't connect it to anything at first. I was tired. I'd barely slept. The storm had rumbled off somewhere after midnight, leaving behind a sky the color of dishwater and a yard full of wet leaves plastered to the ground. My ear still ached dully the way it does after a long flight. I kept touching it on the bus without realizing, fingers brushing the spot where the handset had jabbed into my skin. I went to my locker. The metal door clanged louder than usual in the weird quiet. I spun the dial, swapped books, tried to shake off the feeling that I was slightly out of sync with the world. I was halfway down the hallway to chemistry when I saw Erica coming toward me. She wasn't walking like she usually did. Normally, she kind of bounced, head-high hair, swinging books clutched to her chest, like a shield she'd chosen, not one forced on her. Today, she moved like someone had turned down her speed by a few notches. Her shoulders were hunched. Her eyes were wide and glossy, as if she'd been holding back tears for just a little too long. "Kathy," she said. Her voice sounded wrong, too. Too flat. Too careful. "Hey." I started lifting my hand in a half wave. "You will not believe the lightning we got last night, it was like." She grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the side of the hallway out of the flow of students. Her fingers dug into my sleeve. Up close, I could see that her mascara had smudged under one eye. What I asked. "What's going on?" She opened her mouth and nothing came out. She swallowed, tried again. Her throat bobbed. For a second, I honestly thought she was going to say something stupid, like I failed the math test. "Did you hear?" she whispered instead. "About what?" "It's Jason," she said. His name hit me like a cold hand around the back of my neck. Every noise in the hallway seemed to drop away all at once, like someone had turned the volume knob down on the entire building. "What about him?" I asked. She blinked, and a tear slipped out of the corner of her eye. He died last night." The words hung between us for a few seconds as my brain refused to accept them. It's strange how literal denial is. I actually felt my thoughts ricochet off the sentence and bounce away like they'd hit something solid. "No," I said. It came out automatically. "No, that's stupid." I was just on the phone with him. I know she said voice shaking. People were talking about it in homeroom. Ms. Reynolds said there was a tragedy. Somebody in junior year. I didn't know who until her face crumpled. I heard someone say his last name by the office. My ears were ringing, not metaphorically. There was a high, thin note sliding up and down behind my eardrum, the ghost of that crack from the phone stretching out into now. How I asked, "What happened?" "They don't know yet," she said. That's what I heard anyway. He was at his grandma's and they found him and he was already gone when the ambulance got there. They think maybe, I don't know. They were saying maybe it was his heart or he got hit by something. She swallowed again. "I'm sorry. I thought you knew. I thought someone would have told you." I must have looked strange because she reached out with her free hand and touched my shoulder, tentative. "Kath, I was on the phone with him," I heard myself say. My own voice sounded far away. "Last night, during the storm," I know she said softly. "He told his cousins you were calling. They said he was talking to you." "He didn't sound sick," I said, as if that would change anything. "He was fine. He was making jokes about pasta." Erica's eyes shimmered again. "I'm so sorry." The bell rang shrill and too loud, making both of us jump. The hallway flood resumed around us, streams of students surging toward their next class. It felt obscene that everything was moving, that the day was continuing, that teachers would still be taking attendance and handing out worksheets. Somehow I ended up in chemistry. I remember sitting in my usual seat, the desk too hard under my arms, the page of my notebook turning blurry every time I blinked. The teacher's voice was a muffled drone about valence electrons. The only clear sentence I remember from a boy behind me was whispered between breaths. "Did you hear it was the storm?" he said. "Like he got electrocuted through the phone or something." "Shut up," another voice muttered. "That doesn't happen." At lunch, the rumors sharpened. Bits and pieces floated by on the air above the tables, carried in fragments. He was in bed. The phone was still in his hand. No burns on his body. They said the paramedics didn't know what to write down. Every version was different, and none of them told me anything I wanted to know. I didn't see the actual details until later, after my mom sat me down at the kitchen table with the local paper folded to the right page, and that careful, neutral expression on her face adults wear when they're trying not to scare you. They didn't write much. They never do for kids. 17-year-old local student Jason Finley was pronounced dead late Tuesday evening at St. Barnabas Hospital after being found unresponsive at his grandmother's home in Scotch Plains. No signs of foul play or pre-existing conditions were reported. The cause of death remains under investigation. That was it. No mention of the storm. No mention of the phone. Those came from whispers, and from what my mother heard from another parent, who heard from another relative, who heard from his grandmother herself. The line of tragedy passed mouth to mouth. He'd been found slumped on his bed, they said, lying on his side like he'd simply fallen asleep mid-conversation. The phone was still against his ear. The cord was stretched taut across the mattress, twisted once around his wrist, as if he'd gripped it and then relaxed. By the time the paramedics arrived, there was nothing to do but move him. At the hospital, they'd run tests. Heart, lungs, brain. They hadn't found any obvious trauma, no smoking gun. He was a healthy 17-year-old boy who had simply stopped. They didn't know yet then about the eardrum. That would come later with the autopsy. But even without that, there were hints everyone politely avoided saying too loudly. It was the storm, I heard my dad murmur one night to my mother, thinking I was out of earshot. Had to be. Lightning. Those lines take crazy voltage. Shh, my mom said. Don't say that where she can hear, as if not naming it would make it less true. The funeral was 3 days later. The sky was cruelly clear, the kind of bright, mild day that almost feels fake after a storm has wrecked your sense of normal. The church was packed, people shifting in the wooden pews, their Sunday clothes whispering against the varnished wood. Every time someone moved, the benches creaked, the sound echoing up into the high, shadowy rafters. The organ played slow, somber hymns that seemed to stretch each minute into something longer. The air smelled like candle wax and lilies, and too many people sharing too little oxygen. His casket was closed. They said it was because of the condition, because of respect, because the family requested it. I stared at the polished wood and thought irrationally about his phone, whether it had been bagged as evidence or thrown into a box, or simply put back on its cradle by someone who didn't know what else to do. People went up one by one to speak. Teachers, neighbors, some relative who cried so hard she could barely get the words out. They all talked about his sense of humor, his kindness, his promise. They were all nice and true and useless. The whole time I kept thinking about his laughter on the phone, fuzzed by the storm. About the way he'd said, "actually," right before everything snapped. About the crack that had felt like someone tearing the world in half right next to my ear. When the pastor talked about mysterious ways and God's plan, I looked down at my hands clasped in my lap. The skin around my right ear still felt wrong sometimes, like it buzzed on the inside. I'd had another small nosebleed the night before, just a trace gone as quickly as the first. I couldn't shake the feeling that the moment of his death had been an intersection, and that I'd been standing in the crosswalk with him. After the funeral and the strange, subdued days that followed, my brain got stuck on timing. I started replaying the call in my head over and over, trying to remember exactly when I dialed, how many rings it took him to answer, how long we'd talked about homework and cousins and pasta, where the conversation had shifted, when he'd said, "I wanted to ask you something." I checked the digital clock on the microwave, remembering the shape of the numbers I'd glanced at when my mom called me to set the table. I remembered looking up at the little clock on the stove earlier and thinking, okay, it's a little after 7, that's not too late. In my head, I lined everything up, the ring, his hello, our jokes, the storm warnings cutting into the radio, the thunder that got closer each time, the crack, that blinding, impossible sound, had its own time, too, seared into me. For a while, I thought I was doing this in private, like some secret ritual. Then one evening, I overheard my parents talking in low voices in the living room, while the TV played the news too loud to cover them completely. They said the doctor gave an estimate, my mother murmured. Time of death. Yeah, my father said. There was a rustle of newspaper. Around 7:10, they think. Maybe 7:11. That's when the grandma said she heard that big thunderclap, and the phone went dead. 7:10. 7:11. I stood frozen in the hallway, the wall cool against my back, my stomach dropping away. In my mind, I saw my own hand dialing, heard the beeps, felt the phone jump, smelled that faint, burned smell. The time on the microwave when I'd glanced at it, the green numbers blinking. 7. The crack hitting like a gunshot in my ear, the pain, the silence on the line. Sometimes these things just happen. My mom had told me earlier that week when I'd finally cried hard enough that she pulled me into a hug at the kitchen table. Her hand had rubbed circles on my back. We don't always get a why. I'd nodded then, because what else do you do when an adult says something like that? But in the hallway that night, listening to my parents talk around the numbers, I knew she was wrong. Things don't just happen like that. Not with a boy on one end of a phone mid-sentence, and a girl on the other, holding the same wire between them, and a storm crawling over the town at exactly the wrong moment. The storm wasn't just background noise anymore. It wasn't weather. It was a participant, a cause, a weapon. And whatever had traveled down that line into him, a tiny piece of it had reached me too. Time has a disgusting way of smoothing over even the ugliest nights. A few weeks after Jason's funeral, the school looked the same again. The morning bell still screeched at 7:45 a.m., students still slammed locker doors, still dragged their sneakers down the waxed hallways. The PA system went back to crackling to life with overly cheerful announcements. Good morning, Raiders, don't forget prom tickets go on sale next Monday. Posters for prom and yearbook sales and charity drives bloomed on the walls like nothing bad could ever stick there. If you were a stranger walking those halls, you never would have guessed that not long before a 17-year-old had simply stopped being alive in a quiet bedroom 3 blocks away. But you could feel it if you knew where to look. In the way people's voices dropped when they passed his old locker. In the way some teachers paused for half a second when they read the attendance list, eyes flicking over one missing name. In the empty desk in chemistry that the teacher still hadn't reassigned, as if filling it would be admitting something permanent. For me, it was in my ear. Most days it was fine, just another part of my body I didn't think about. Then, without warning, I'd get this quick, sharp ache deep in my right ear, a tiny echo of the spike I'd felt the night of the storm. It never lasted long, just a few seconds, but it always left a faint buzz behind, like the aftermath of standing too close to a speaker. Loud noises started bothering me in a way they never had before. When someone slammed a locker too hard next to me, my whole body flinched, my hand flying halfway to my ear before I could stop it. The PA would squeal with feedback for a second before an announcement, and my stomach would clench, as if I were bracing for that metallic crack again. Even the clang of a dropped tray in the cafeteria could make me jolt like I'd been hit. People noticed, but they wrote it off as grief. "She's jumpy," I heard one teacher murmur to another. Poor thing was close with him, right? They weren't completely wrong. But jumpy didn't cover the way my skin prickled every time a storm warning came on the radio, or how I'd find myself watching the sky through the classroom windows whenever clouds rolled in, counting how long it took. Between lightning and thunder, my fingers unconsciously pressing the edge of my desk like it was a phone receiver. Meanwhile, the adults did what adults do when something awful happens. With no neat explanation, they pushed for one. I heard about it in pieces. Jason's family didn't accept "we don't know" as an answer, which for the record I respect. They asked questions. They wanted a full forensic examination, not just a shrug and a sympathy card. His grandmother especially refused to let it lie. She wanted to know how a healthy boy could be perfectly fine 1 minute mid-sentence on a phone call and gone the next. Rumors sprouted at school around that uncertainty like weeds. In the absence of facts, people grew their own. "They still don't know what happened," someone said near the water fountain one day. "I heard it was like a freak heart thing," another added. "Like bam instant." "Nah," a boy behind them muttered, lowering his voice as I walked past. "My cousin's friend said it was drugs. Like he just dropped. They're just not saying it. They never say when it's drugs." I stopped dead. "He didn't do drugs," I said, turning around before I could talk myself out of it. My voice came out flatter and colder than I expected. The three of them froze, guilt flashing across their faces. "We didn't say one started." "You did," I cut in. "You're wrong." They stared at me like I was something fragile they'd accidentally knocked over. No one argued. They just mumbled something and walked away, leaving me standing there with my heart pounding in my throat and that eerie whine sliding up behind my right ear again. I kept waiting for my parents to tell me more. They'd been careful after the funeral, gentle, watchful, like I was a glass. They weren't sure how hard they could set down. But eventually, the day came when my mother decided I needed closure, the way adults say it, like it's a switch you can flip. It was a Tuesday again. Funny how days line up like that. We were in the kitchen after dinner. The dishwasher was running its rhythmic slosh and hum, filling in the gaps between our words. The fridge gave its occasional little click and resumed its steady, low rumble. From the living room, the evening news droned a male anchor reading tragedies in the same measured tone he used for sports scores. The wall clock ticked above the doorway each second, a small, deliberate tap. "Kathy," my mom said, sitting down across from me at the table. She had that look on her face I'd started recognizing since everything happened. Eyebrows drawn together, mouth trying to be both soft and firm at once. "Can we talk for a minute?" My stomach tightened. "Am I in trouble?" "No," she said quickly. "No, honey. It's about Jason." Even weeks later, his name was like a tiny electric shock. I swallowed. "Okay." She folded her hands on the table. Her wedding ring made a small metallic clink against the laminate. "His family. They had some more tests done," she began. "The doctors finished the autopsy." The word auto-corrected something in my brain I hadn't wanted to define. I stared at a knot in the fake wood pattern on the table. "They did find something," she continued. "Something they didn't see right away." She took a breath. His eardrum was ruptured. On the side where he was holding the phone, the ache in my own ear chose that moment to flare a quick, hot stab that made me press my palm against the side of my head instinctively. My mom's eyes flicked to the movement. "They think," she said slowly, "that the lightning hit the phone line outside the house. It traveled through the wiring into the phone and into him. Right into his head." She glanced at me like she expected me to flinch, and I guess I did. Because I wasn't just hearing her. I was seeing something else entirely. For a second, I was back in that moment kitchen, going white fluorescent light, popping off, then, on that impossible metallic crack blooming inside the handset, like a bomb, the pain detonating in my ear. The phantom smell of burning plastic and hair slid down the back of my throat, so vivid I could almost taste it. "He didn't have any other problems," my mom went on gently. "His heart, his lungs, everything else looked completely normal. So they're calling it a lightning-related incident. A freak electrical event." She said the words like she was reading from a pamphlet. I let out a breath in a shaky rush. "So it was the storm," I said. She nodded. "The doctors think so. They said it's rare, but it can happen with old lines." His grandmother said there was a huge strike right then. She heard a loud sound, and then the line went dead. The line went dead. I'd heard that phrase before, used for dropped calls and bad reception. It had never sounded literally accurate until now. I almost told her right then. The confession rose up in my chest like something alive. I was there too. I was on the line when it happened. I heard the sound. I felt it. My ear still hurts sometimes. I had a nosebleed. I think something hit me too. The words reached my tongue and sat there heavy waiting. My mom reached across the table and put her hand over mine. Her fingers were warm, the pressure familiar. "I know this is hard," she said, "but sometimes awful things happen, and it's nobody's fault. Not his, not yours, not the storms. Sometimes it's just the wrong place at the wrong time." I looked at her. At the worry in her eyes, the hope that this explanation would make something easier. And suddenly I had this terrible, crystal-clear feeling. If I said it out loud, if I told her about the pain, about the smell, about the blood, it would make it real in a way it hadn't been yet. It would turn a horrible coincidence into a connection. It would give whatever crawled down that wire from the sky into him a name and maybe a direction. Some part of me, the part that still slept with a light on, now whispered that acknowledging it might give it more room to move. That saying, "it touched me too," would invite it to do so again. So I swallowed the confession. I pressed my tongue against the back of my teeth and let the moment pass. "Yeah," I said instead, my voice small. "Wrong place, wrong time." She squeezed my hand. "You did nothing wrong," she said. "Calling a friend on a stormy night isn't a sin." Tell that to the scar on the inside of my skull, I thought. She let go of my hand and sat back relieved to have delivered whatever comfort the grown-up manual told her to deliver. I thought that was it, that we were done, that the conversation would slide into that vague, soothing territory where parents talk about grief as a process and teenagers nod and don't really believe them. But she hesitated, eyes dropping to the table, then looking back up at me. "There's one more thing," she said, almost as an afterthought. "I don't know if I should even tell you this, but I think you'd want to know." My stomach tightened again. What? She toyed with her ring, twisting it once around her finger, then stopped. His grandmother told Mrs. Williams. She named one of the PTA moms that the last thing she heard him tell his cousins before he went to his room was that he was finally going to ask you to be his girlfriend that night. The dishwasher hummed. The fridge hummed. The clock ticked. The news anchor's voice droned on about highway closures. Inside my chest, something dropped straight down like an elevator whose cable had been cut. He had been right there on the edge of the sentence when the sky reached in and erased him. I wanted to ask if I'd been so busy being terrified of no that it never occurred to me the question could be stolen instead. In that moment, with my mother watching me and the ghosts of his almost words buzzing in my aching ear, the guilt stopped being a vague cloud and hardened into something sharp and specific. It wasn't just that he died while talking to me. It was that his last unfinished sentence had been about me. The first time the phone called back, it was weeks later during another storm. By then, the grass in our yard had grown back over the muddy divots last month's rain had gouged out. The town had gone on to other topics, prom, SAT scores, the Mets. The poster with Jason's picture on the school bulletin board was still there, but the corners had curled. People didn't stop in front of it as often. Inside me, nothing had really moved on. Every time the sky darkened, something in my chest tightened. I'd catch myself staring at telephone wires when we drove anywhere, their black lines strung between poles like veins. If I saw a fork of lightning touch down anywhere near them, I'd look away, as if watching would somehow invite it closer. On that particular night, my parents had gone to some dinner thing at a neighbor's house, grown-ups in collared shirts, casserole dishes, polite laughter. They'd left around 6, my mom reminding me there was leftover meatloaf in the fridge, and that they'd be back by 9 unless the storm gets too bad. The storm arrived right on cue. Around 7, the first drops started ticking against the windows. 10 minutes later, the rain was coming down hard, lashing the glass, the sound building into a steady, aggressive roar. Wind pushed tree branches against the side of the house, their wet leaves and twigs scraping the siding with a fingernail-on-chalkboard sound every time a gust hit just right. The living room was my bunker. I turned on the TV and cranked the volume up higher than my parents allowed when they were home. A rerun of some sitcom filled the room, bright colors, laugh track characters bickering about something inconsequential. I wasn't really watching. I just needed the noise. I sat cross-legged on the shag carpet, a throw blanket around my shoulders, pretending to read a magazine while my eyes flicked constantly to the window every time lightning flared. When the thunder rolled after it, still distant for now, I focused on the canned laughter from the TV, trying to latch onto the rhythm of it instead of the sky. One new rule I'd made for myself since Jason died: was simple no touching the phone during storms. I didn't say it out loud to anyone. I didn't write it down, but I followed it like a law. If the sky lit up and the thunder started counting down seconds between flash and boom, the beige wall phone in the kitchen became off limits. It might as well have been a live wire dangling in a bathtub. I could see it from where I sat if I turned my head just right. Through the doorway across the linoleum, there it was hanging beside the fridge in that little square of kitchen wall like a mounted animal head. Silent, harmless looking. The coiled cord swayed a millimeter every time the fridge motor kicked on. The sitcom cut to commercial. A man shouted about low prices over a jingle. In the background, thunder moved closer, the gap between light and sound shrinking. Lightning flickered again, turning the room briefly silver. The TV screen ghosted for a second, as if the picture quivered. I told myself, it's just weather. The same way I'd once told myself, it's just a phone call. Both lies felt thinner this time. The phone rang. The sound ripped through the house, cutting straight through the TV, through the laugh track, through the rain and the wind and the scraping branches. The old wall phone didn't ring politely. It shrilled, that jarring two-tone metallic blast exploding out of the kitchen like an alarm. Every muscle in my body seized. My magazine slid off my lap. I stared at the doorway, heart hammering as the second ring hit. Bring. My instinct was to get up. I'd been trained my whole life to answer phones quickly, let it go more than 3 rings, and you were wasting someone's time. But that new rule, no phones during storms, clamped down on my legs like a hand. I didn't move. Burring. I let it ring. Once, twice, 3 more times. Then just when my nerves were starting to fray to exposed wire, I heard the little mechanical click from the kitchen. Our answering machine was one of those rectangular tape-based boxes that sat on the counter. You could hear it turn on a small relay snapping, then the soft whir as the tiny cassette inside started spinning. When you left a message, your voice was recorded onto that little strip of brown tape, physical and real. I heard the click, then the whir, faint under the storm and the TV. "Hi, you've reached the Monroe residence," my mother's recorded voice chirped. "We're not home right now, but leave a message and we'll call you back." Beep! The beep sounded distant from the living room. I held my breath, waiting for whoever it was to speak. They didn't. Instead, from the kitchen, from the tiny speaker of the answering machine, there was a sound that made my skin crawl, a faint, high-pitched whine, not unlike the one I'd heard in the phone after the crack layered with something else. Something that for a second my brain refused to label. It sounded like breathing. Not the normal kind you hear when someone's on the other end of a line, filtered and softened by distance. This was wrong. Too close. It had that strange, almost sticky quality, like someone was standing inches from the microphone, inhaling and exhaling very slowly, each breath touching the listener's ear more than the air. The laugh track on the TV bubbled up again as the show resumed, incongruously bright. It felt like it was playing in a different universe. I sat frozen on the carpet, staring at nothing, listening to that eerie whine and the suggestion of breath under it. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, 10 at most. Then came another click as the machine timed out and the line went dead. I didn't move for a long time after that. The TV carried on without me. The storm thumped against the house. Somewhere down the block, a transformer popped with a flash of blue-white light, and the neighborhood briefly dimmed before correcting. When my parents came home, shaking off umbrellas, talking about power flickers at the neighbor's house, I said nothing. It wasn't until later, when they'd gone to bed and the storm had limped off into the distance, that I worked up the nerve to go into the kitchen. The house felt hollow without the thunder, the leftover rain dripping from the eaves in slow, irregular taps. The fluorescent light buzzed above me when I turned it on, casting that same old yellowish glow over the countertops. The answering machine sat by the phone, its tiny red message light blinking steadily. One new message. My fingers hovered over the buttons for a second. Then I pressed play. My mom's greeting came on first. Her voice weirdly flat and tinny in the quiet kitchen. Beep. Then the sound. On tape, it was uglier. The tiny motor of the machine clicked in the background, overlaid by the faint hiss of tape. And then that same high whine burst through the speaker, louder now in the silence. It ramped up quickly, like some invisible singer warming up on the highest possible note. Underneath it, there was that wet, close sound that made my stomach twist, the rhythm of someone breathing or trying to write on top of the microphone. I could almost feel the imagined heat of their breath against my ear, even though I was standing 2 feet away. No voice, no words, just that. Then the tape cut with a sharp little snap, and the machine beeped, end of message. The display showed a 1 for the number of messages. No number, no new caller ID, just that red light blinking like an eye. I rewound and played it again. Same whine, same breathing, same cold wave rolling over my skin. Wrong number, my dad said the next morning when I mentioned we'd gotten something weird on the machine. He barely looked up from his coffee. Storm messes with the lines. Happens all the time. I didn't tell him that when I played it back a third time just before bed. The whine made the inside of my right ear ache in a way that felt horribly familiar. We didn't have caller ID back then. Not really. That came later. What we did have, though, were itemized phone bills, pages of numbers, and times that my dad grumbled over once a month at the kitchen table, highlighting long-distance charges. A few weeks after the storm, he sat down with the latest one and started his usual routine. I was doing homework nearby, half watching MTV with the sound low. The TV flickered music videos. The room hummed in that ordinary way houses do. What the hell, he muttered after a few minutes. My mom glanced over from the sink. What? There's an incoming call logged here from that storm night, he said, tapping the paper. Right around 7:30. We don't get charged for incoming, but look at this. He squinted and read the line out loud. 07:32 p.m., duration 37 seconds. He rattled off our number, then the other one. It sounded weirdly familiar. My chest tightened. Whose number is it? I asked, trying to sound casual. He flipped to another page where he'd written contacts. That's the Finleys, he said. His grandmother's house. The room seemed to tilt slightly. Maybe she called to talk to Mom, I said quickly, my voice thin. My mom shook her head slowly. No, she didn't, she said. She hasn't called here since the funeral. I would remember. My dad shrugged. Probably a billing glitch, he said, but he circled it with his pen anyway. I'll call the phone company. See why they're logging incoming calls now. He never did show me what they said. Maybe it was some technical explanation. Maybe it was a shrug. All I know is, a couple of days later, I overheard my mom on the phone, her voice low. No, I just thought I'd ask, she was saying. The bill said there was a call from your number that night. During that big storm, around 7:30. A pause. My mother's face changed, eyebrows knitting together. You didn't, she said. Are you sure? Maybe one of the boys. Another pause. No, of course you'd remember, she said softly. No, I don't think you're crazy. It's probably just the company messing up. Don't worry about it. She hung up, staring at the receiver for a moment before putting it back. When I asked her later what Jason's grandmother had said, my mom tried to wave it off. She said she never called us, she said. She swears no one in the house did. She was upset. That night, lying in bed with my ear pressed into the pillow, listening to the distant rumble of yet another storm rolling somewhere far away, I thought about that 37-second call, logged on a bill, recorded on a tape as nothing but whine and breath. A call from a house where the boy who'd once answered my ring with a warm hello had already been dead for weeks. If this were a movie, what happened after that first weird message on the machine would be written off as coincidence. Glitches, bad wires, old hardware. In real life, it took time for the pattern to show itself. Time and storms. Weeks turned into months. Months started edging toward years. I graduated. I grew my hair out cut. It grew it again. Fashions shifted. Bands came and went on the radio. My life did technically move forward, but on storm nights the house stayed the same. Every time the sky turned that familiar bruised purple and the forecast said thunderstorms, I felt it start underneath my ribs, that slow tightening like someone was turning a dial on my insides. I'd pretend it was just about Jason, about trauma and grief. That's what every adult wanted it to be. That's what every brochure in the guidance counselor's office said it probably was. The phone didn't care what we called it. Every few storms, it would misbehave. Sometimes it was small things, the kind of stuff you could laugh off if you were determined enough. The answering machine tape would randomly unwind itself. My dad would go to check messages and find the tiny cassette inside the machine sitting there, with a loop of brown tape spilled out like guts flapping slightly in the breeze from the AC vent. Damn kids, he'd mutter even if no kids had been near it. He'd wind it back in with a pencil, pop it into place, and declare it solved. Other times we'd play back messages and find blank spaces, a click my mom's recorded greeting, the beep, and then nothing. Just hiss. Then the machine would beep again and skip to the next message like it had swallowed someone whole. Once this one haunts me in a smaller, quieter way. We got home from the grocery store after a mild afternoon storm and saw the red 2 blinking on the machine. Mom hit play while she unpacked. First message telemarketer, second message me. My own voice sounding tired and a little impatient. Hey, it's me. I'm gonna be home late, don't wait up, okay? Then a click. Except I hadn't called that day. I'd been with her the whole time. When she rewound it and played it again, the second message was gone. Just a patch of static where my not voice had been like the machine had gotten embarrassed and tried to erase its mistake. I didn't tell her what it had said. I just stared at the blinking red light and thought about how many other sounds might have passed through that tiny speaker without us catching them. And always, there were the single rings. Those were the worst because they were so easy to explain away. The phone would let out one sharp bring, just one, and then stop. No second ring, no message, no click of the answering machine. Just that solitary blast of sound slicing through whatever we were doing, then disappearing. Crossed lines, my dad would say. Happens in storms. Somebody else's call bleeding into ours. Maybe he was right. Maybe sometimes that was all it was. But there were nights when the timing felt too precise. Lightning would flash, turning the front room white for a heartbeat. My skin would crawl, my muscles tensing for the thunder. Then the phone would ring once, as if the flash had yanked the noise out of it. No thunder yet. Just that one metallic shriek. Then a second later, the sky would finally speak. Eventually, those single rings became a kind of motif in my life. A little signature. If the storm is close enough, if the lines are ready enough, if you're unlucky enough, brrring. One night I got tired of being afraid of it. It was another stormy evening, of course it was. My parents had gone out to some dinner again, assurances that they'd be back before it gets bad floating behind them. as they shut the front door. The sky did what it always did, ignored human schedules, and rolled in when it wanted. By 8, the rain was hammering the house hard enough that I could barely hear the TV without turning it up to a scolding level. I sat on the couch in the living room, curled into the corner, with a blanket flicking channels between sitcom reruns and the local news, which showed pixelated radar blobs marching over our county. A particularly close flash of lightning lit the room in stark white and left a bright afterimage stamped on my vision. The thunder that followed hit almost instantly a crack that rattled the window pane. I flinched, then swore at myself under my breath. This is ridiculous, I thought. It's a phone, it's plastic and wires. It doesn't care about you. It doesn't know your name. In the kitchen, unseen but very present, the beige wall phone waited. When it rang, I knew with a sick kind of certainty that it was for me. The sound exploded out of the doorway, that same shrill two-tone ring I'd been hearing my entire life, except this time, it felt like it had been building all along, waiting for this exact moment to reach me. My heart lurched. My first instinct, as always, was to freeze. Instead, I stood up. Every step toward the kitchen felt like wading into deeper water. The storm noise swelled around me, the wind, the rain, the occasional boom overhead. But under it, the rings came at regular intervals like a metronome. Burring! Burring! By the time I stepped onto the linoleum, the answering machine was about to kick in. I could hear its tiny relay hum ready to flip. I moved faster, snatching the handset off the cradle a split second before my mother's recorded voice could start. "Hello," I said. For a second, there was nothing. No greeting, no hi, sorry to bother you, no wrong number, stammer. Then the static rolled in. It was deep-layered, a low, rushing hiss that filled my ear like the sound of wind tearing through a tunnel. It wasn't the gentle SSS of normal line noise. It was harsher, more textured, full of shifting edges and little clicks and snaps like distant electricity. I could hear it flexing around the storm sounds every time lightning flashed. The static changed tone, warbling for a fraction of a second before settling again. Underneath it, so faint at first, I thought I was imagining it was another sound. A voice. Kathy. It came through, distorted, stretched thin by distance like someone calling from the far end of a long tiled hallway, where every note bounced off the walls. It had that weird underwater quality phones sometimes give vowels, rounded consonants blurred. The hair on the back of my neck stood up so fast it hurt. "Hello," I said, my own voice suddenly small. "Who is this?" The static surged, rose, dipped. The storm outside cracked a flash of lightning, turning the kitchen window into a mirror. For a split second, my reflection stared back at me, pale, wide-eyed, the phone pressed to my head, the cord looping down like a noose. Thunder hit almost on top of it, a wall-shaking boom that rattled the dishes and made the floor vibrate under my bare feet. And in that instant, when the thunder shook the bones of the house, the static cleared. It was like someone had thrown a switch. One moment, my ear was full of rushing white noise. The next, it was perfectly clear. No hiss, no crackle, no distortion. Just a presence on the other end. Breathing. I could hear every inhale, every exhale, close and intimate, as if the person on the other side of the line had leaned right up against the microphone. The cadence of it, shallow, a little fast, was horribly familiar. I knew that rhythm. I'd listened to it while we walked home, while he laughed at my chem jokes, while he lay on his bed that night. My throat closed. The words scraped out anyway. Jason saying his name into that silence felt like tossing it into a well and waiting to hear if it hit water. For a fraction of a second, nothing changed. Then somewhere between one breath and the next, the line snapped into such unnatural clarity, it didn't even sound like a phone call anymore. It sounded like he was standing right next to me, talking directly into my ear in a studio booth. There was a tiny hitch in the breathing. "A gathering," he said. Just that. One syllable. The start of something. It was the same letter his last sentence had died on weeks before I wanted to ask if... Then came a loud pop, sharp and violent like a cap gun going off right next to my head. Pain flared in my ear, not as bad as the first night, but bad enough to make me gasp. The static roared back all at once, deafening for half a second, then cut to nothing. The line went dead. I stood there, heart pounding, the receiver still pressed to my head, listening to a silence that felt anything but empty. When my hand finally remembered what it was supposed to do, I slammed the phone down onto the cradle harder than I meant to. The plastic clacked against plastic. The coil of the cord whipped and settled. I stayed rooted to the spot, fingers still curled in the air, where the handset had been the imprint of it lingering against my palm. My whole body was trembling. The kitchen felt too bright, the fluorescent light buzzing too loud. From the counter, the radio, which I hadn't even realized was on, gave a sudden piercing burst of that same high-pitched whine I'd heard on the answering machine, a note so sharp it made my teeth hurt. It wavered for a second, like someone bending a guitar string too far, then snapped back into whatever song had been playing, a pop chorus flooding the room as if nothing had happened. I backed out of the kitchen and spent the rest of the night on the couch lights on TV volume low, blanket up to my chin. Every time the house creaked or the wind hit the side just right, my hand twitched toward my ear. In the morning, it was sunny. The storm had scrubbed the sky clean. Puddles glittered on the sidewalk. Birds were too loud in the trees, like they were overcompensating. My parents were at the table, my dad reading the paper, my mom buttering toast. It looked so normal that for a moment I almost convinced myself I dreamt the whole thing. Then I walked into the kitchen. The phone hung on the wall in its usual place. The answering machine sat beneath it, dark, no new messages. Sunlight streamed in through the window over the sink, catching dust motes and the slight yellowing of the phone's plastic shell. Something small nagged at me. It took a second for my sleep-fogged brain to process what was wrong. The cord, instead of trailing neatly down the wall to the outlet, it hung loose from the back of the phone base and ended in the air, the little plastic plug dangling a few inches above the floor. It wasn't connected to the wall jack. I stared at it, then at the empty jack, then back at the cord, swaying gently in the air like it had been unplugged recently. "Dad," I called, my voice thin. He didn't look up from the paper. "Yeah, did you unplug the phone last night?" he asked. "Yeah, of course I did," he said as if it were obvious. "Before we left, your mother told me to. In case of lightning," he added, mimicking her voice with a little chuckle. My mom rolled her eyes, but she didn't contradict him. "You know how he gets," she said to me. "He acts like every storm is going to crawl through the wiring and fry the TV." I swallowed. My tongue felt dry. "So it was unplugged the whole time you were gone," I said. "Yep," my dad replied, flipping a page. "If it rang, it was your imagination." I looked at the unplugged cord at the cradle at the handset that had sounded like a tunnel full of wind and a dead boy taking a breath. If it was my imagination, it had somehow learned how to move plastic and make metal ring. If you'd met me in college, you probably wouldn't have guessed I was the girl who had once flinched at every ring of a beige wall phone. On paper, it looked like I'd done what you're supposed to do after something awful happens in a small town I left. I chose a school a couple of hours away, not far enough to be dramatic, but far enough that Scotch Plains became a place I could point to on a map instead of the center of the universe. New town, new streets, new weather reports, new phones. The dorm they put me in freshman year was one of those aging brick rectangles that looked exactly like a dorm in every 80s college movie ever made. Narrow rooms with cinder block walls, painted off-white twin beds bolted to the floor desks with carved initials and ancient gum stuck underneath. The hallway outside always smelled faintly like popcorn, instant ramen, and whatever cheap cleaning spray the janitors used in the mornings. Sound traveled differently there. Everything echoed. Footsteps in the hall had a particular hollow quality, like you were walking inside an upturned bathtub. Doors slammed more often than at home, people coming and going at all hours, arms full of textbooks, laundry baskets, late-night pizza. Somewhere at almost any hour, a microwave was beeping, followed by someone swearing that their noodles boiled over again. From open doors, you'd catch bursts of music stereos competing up and down the corridor. One room blasting metal, another looping sad guitar songs, someone else stuck in 80s pop nostalgia like they were doing research. Laughter arguments whispered gossip at 2 a.m. The building never really slept. It just changed volume. We had shared bathrooms, 2 per floor. The tile was always damp no matter how early you woke up, and the air had that permanent mix of cheap shampoo, steam, mildew, and disinfectant. Hair collected in the drains in little dark constellations. The fluorescent lights in there flickered sometimes, even when the weather was fine. So when storms did come through, it felt like the whole place was trying to imitate a haunted asylum. There was a hall phone, too. It was mounted on the wall near the elevator, a grimy payphone with a heavy metal casing, and a handset that always felt a little sticky no matter how many times you wiped it down with a sleeve. The metal around it was carved up with graffiti band names, initials, and hearts, a few crude drawings. Someone had scratched, "Call your mom," into the paint under the coin slot. Most people ignored it. They had their own cordless phones in their rooms, or used early cell phones that looked more like bricks than electronics. But the hall phone was there, a fixture, its presence like a leftover organ in a body that had mostly moved on. I tried to be normal. I really did. I had new friends, now roommates and classmates who only knew Scotch Plains as the name of a town on my driver's license. I went to classes, I pulled all-nighters in the library. I ate greasy diner food at 1 a.m. with other sleep-deprived freshmen. I had a couple of mild romances boys who made me laugh, who walked me back to the dorm, who kissed me softly in stairwells that smelled like dust and old mop water. They knew that something bad happened to me in high school. You can't hide that completely when you jump at thunder during a late-night study session and suddenly go quiet for the rest of the night. But they only had the outline: a boy died. It was a freak accident. I was on the phone with him when it happened. The details felt too sharp to hand to anyone casually, so I edited. I told the story like it belonged to someone else. I trained my voice to keep the horror at a polite distance. But some habits came with me no matter how I rephrased events. When storms rolled in, I still couldn't stand the idea of talking on a landline. I'd avoid the hall phone like it was diseased, and if my own phone in the room rang while the sky was grumbling, I'd let my roommate get it or let it go. I told people it was just a thing from back home, laughed it off. When the first cheap cell phones started circulating among students, I eventually got one, but I still caught myself turning it off whenever the forecast mentioned lightning. Then came the first real campus storm. It was late September, one of those nights where the air feels wrong hours before anything actually happens. Humid, heavy, like the sky's holding its breath. By dinner time, the clouds had rolled in thick and low, stacked on top of each other in shades of gray that looked almost purple at the edges. I was in my room, highlighting a textbook I barely understood when the dorm intercom crackled to life. The speaker above the door, usually used for fire drills and reminders about mandatory floor meetings, spat static. Then the RA's voice came through. Hey guys, Campus police wants everyone to know there's a severe thunderstorm warning for our area until at least 10. Maybe some hail. Just, stay inside, don't stand under trees, don't lick metal poles, all that good stuff. Someone down the hall cheered. Somebody else groaned. There goes reception as their TV flickered. The first thunder rolled over the buildings a few minutes later, a long, low rumble that made the windows shake in their frames. The lights flickered once, dipping the room into a darker version of itself for a breath, before snapping back to full brightness. There was a chorus of whoops and complaints from other rooms. Someone yelled, "If the power goes out, we're doing Ouija in the lounge." I got up and leaned against the door frame, looking down the corridor. The carpeted hallway stretched away, lit by buzzing fluorescent strips. At the far end by the elevator, the hall payphone hung in its usual spot, steel gray, against dull, off-white paint. The storm intensified fast. Rain started battering the long windows at the end of the hall, the sound reaching us in a muffled roar. Lightning flashed, turning the corridor pale and flat, the cinder-block walls briefly losing all color. The air smelled like wet concrete and old dust stirred up. That was when the hall phone rang. It rang like it suddenly remembered its purpose, like it had been waiting years for this exact moment. The sound traveled down the hallway clear and loud, a sharp electronic trill that cut through the music and voices and storm. It wasn't the same tone as the phone back home. It was higher, more modern, the kind of generic ring you hear in movies when someone's trying to signify phone. Everybody heard it. A couple of doors opened, heads popped out. "Who the hell is calling the hall phone?" someone laughed. Our RA, a lanky guy named Chris with perpetually messy hair, stepped out of his room in pajama pants and a resident assistant t-shirt. He ambled down toward the ringing hands in his pockets. "Answer it, Chris," someone shouted. "It's death wrong area code," he called back. "I'm screening." The phone kept ringing. No one seemed in a hurry to actually pick it up. There was something funny about it in that way. Group fear often gets flattened into humor. Old tech. Storm outside. It felt like the setup to a joke. "Seriously, who even has this number?" another girl said, leaning against her doorframe. "Telemarketers, demons." "Same thing," her roommate snorted. Chris reached the phone and stood there for a second, listening to it ring right in front of him. Then he picked up the handset, held it to his ear, and said in his best fake horror movie voice, "Hello, you've reached the gate to hell, please hold." A few people laughed. Lightning flashed again closer, and the lights above us dimmed for a heartbeat. The hallway felt like it inhaled and didn't exhale. "Hello," Chris said again, more normal now. "Anyone there?" He frowned, tapped the cradle button a couple times. Nothing. Must be one of those phantom calls. He hung up, shook his head, and turned back toward his room. As he walked away, the phone started ringing again. This time, the laughter was more uneasy. "Okay, that's creepy," someone said. "See, possessed the girl who joked about demons called." "Told you." Chris rolled his eyes theatrically. "Fine," he said. "Congratulations, phone, you're haunted. Now shut up." I hadn't moved. I stood in my doorway, fingers curled around the edge, watching all of this. Like I was at the back of a theater, the storm providing a flickering soundtrack through the window at the far end. The phone kept ringing. The sound bounced off the walls, echoing forward and back. It was that same high, bright electronic tone, a little grating, a little cheap. And then, as I watched, something changed. It didn't change for everybody. No one else flinched. No one turned their head like they'd heard what I heard. But to my ears, mid-ring, the sound bent. You know how you can tell the difference between digital music and vinyl even if you can't explain why, or how you can recognize someone's laugh from across a crowded room just because you've heard it enough times. The ring shifted like that. One moment it was the campus phone's trill. The next, sliding in on top of it, was a deeper, more metallic note, clunkier, with that mechanical quality only old phones have. It was like someone had layered the two sounds together and slowly started turning down the newer one. Brrr ring. For 1/2 second, it was exactly the tone from the beige phone in my parents' kitchen, that two-tone chime I had grown up with, that had shrieked in my ear the night a storm reached into a house on Front Street and didn't let go. I felt it in my bones before my brain caught up. My stomach dropped. My hand tightened painfully on the door frame. The hallway continued, as if nothing had changed. Doors half open, students smirking, Chris muttering something about campus maintenance never fixing anything. No one else reacted. The phone rang again, and now all I could hear was that older sound, loud and clear, superimposed over the campus ring like a memory stepping in front of reality. For everyone else, it was just the weird old hall phone acting up during a storm. For me, it was something I thought I'd left behind, letting me know it still had my number. The storm that finally broke me out of pretending came during midterms. By then, college had settled into a rhythm: too much coffee, not enough sleep, the same cycle of classes and library and bad cafeteria food. I'd gotten good at compartmentalizing. Jason and the storm and the phone belonged to before. Papers, exams, and cheap ramen belonged to now. But weather doesn't care about your filing system. It was just after midnight on a Wednesday. I was hunched over my desk in a fortress of open textbooks and scribbled notes, highlighter stains on my fingers, eyes burning from too many hours staring at tiny print. Outside, the storm had moved in with military efficiency, marching across campus in a wall of dark cloud and electricity. Rain slashed at the windows, blown sideways by the wind. Every few minutes, thunder hit hard enough to make the glass in the pane tremble, the metal frame ticking in response. From the rooms up and down the hall, I could hear muffled exclamations whenever a crack sounded particularly close. My desk lamp cast a warm cone of light over my notes. The overhead fluorescent hummed faintly, sometimes flickering when the storm flexed. My roommate had given up on studying half an hour ago and crawled into her bunk with headphones on a little island of blue Walkman glow under her blanket. I was halfway through rereading the same paragraph for the 5th time when the fire alarm went off. It was instantaneous and brutal, an ear-splitting siren blaring from the hallway, the kind of noise that bypasses your brain and goes straight to your spinal cord. Red strobe lights in the ceiling began to flash, turning the room into something out of a nightmare club. For a half second, my heart launched right into my throat. Fire now. Then I heard cursing from down the corridor, people shouting over the alarm, false alarm, you've got to be kidding me. Who burned popcorn this time? Come on. My roommate groaned, yanking off her headphones. We gotta go stand in the rain for 20 minutes so they can tell us someone made Easy Mac wrong. We shoved our feet into sneakers, grabbed hoodies off the backs of chairs, and joined the stream of half-dressed, half-awake students pouring into the hallway. The doors clanged open, voices overlapping the alarm, screaming above it all. Some people were laughing. Others looked like they'd murder whoever set it off. By the time we trudged down the stairwell and out into the designated evacuation area, the rain had decided to show off. It hammered down in cold, hard sheets, turning the walkway into a shallow river. Undergrads huddled together under whatever they could. Jackets, backpacks, held open textbooks. Lightning split the sky in the distance, followed almost immediately by thunder that rolled across the campus like a bowling ball. We stood there, teeth chattering, while a couple of RAs argued with a campus police officer about whether the panel showed anything serious. After what felt like forever, but was probably 5 minutes, the alarm finally cut off mid-wail. The sudden silence felt as loud as the siren had. False alarm, Chris, our hallway RA, shouted over the rain. Some genius on 3 decided to microwave tinfoil. Again. You can all go back in. There was a collective groan, then a surge of movement toward the doors. Squelching sneakers, dripping hair, soggy socks. The lobby carpet took the brunt of the water as people trudged back to their rooms, complaining about lost study time and wet notes. By the time I got back to our floor, the hall had mostly emptied out doors, closing one by one. The noise level dropped from chaotic to muffled. The overhead fluorescents flickered once as the building's systems recalibrated from the alarm, then settled into a slightly louder buzz. The hall phone hung on its metal bracket by the elevator, dark and quiet. My roommate disappeared into our room with a shiver and a vow to not move for the next 5 hours. I muttered something about needing sugar and stepped back into the hallway with a couple of dollar bills balled up in my fist. The vending machine sat near the far end of the corridor right across from the phone. As I walked, the storm outside continued its assault, the windows rattling under each new thunderclap. The fluorescent tubes overhead blinked and hummed the light in them, seeming to ripple slightly whenever the power surged. That was when the hall phone started ringing. The sound burst out behind me, that familiar campus trill echoing off the cinder block. It rang once, twice, 3 times in steady, patient pulses. I kept walking. After everything I'd been through with phones and storms, I had zero interest in answering some random call to the communal line. Someone else could deal with it. A guy from down the hall cracked his door open, glanced at the ringing phone, shrugged and shut it again. It became background noise, annoying but ignorable. Just one more sound in the dorm's constant low-grade chaos. Brrr-ing. Brrr-ing. I reached the vending machine and fed it my crumpled bills, fingers still damp from the rain. The fluorescent light above me flickered in sync with a distant thunderclap. For a second the hallway dimmed, then brightened, the shadows jumping. The phone kept ringing. No one picked up. On some level I started counting. 7 rings, 8, 9. As I turned from the machine soda bottle cold in my hand, I walked back past the phone. The ring cut off mid-sound right as I stepped into its orbit. Not between rings, mid-ring. The tone chopped into silence like someone had hit a mute button. I slowed. The hairs on my arms prickled. In the same instant, the phone emitted a weird, truncated half-beep. Not the full tone of a normal key press, just a strangled little chirp, like someone had dialed a single digit from very far away, and the sound had gotten squeezed on the way through. I stopped directly in front of it. The handset rested in its cradle. The cord hung in a long, black loop. The coin slot was still taped over from some previous out-of-order period, the tape half-peeled now. It looked utterly ordinary. My heart, of course, was racing. Don't I told myself. Just go back to your room. You don't have to pick up every ghost that calls. But my hand was already moving. Slow, reluctant, like it wasn't entirely my own. I wrapped my fingers around the sticky plastic and lifted the handset to my ear. "Hello," I said. At first, all I got was a rushing sound. It was like putting a seashell to your ear, that hollow, oceanic roar, except this felt bigger, hungrier. Wind through a tunnel air dragging along concrete and metal. Then under it, other sounds started to surface. A low, constant hum I knew too well, the exact pitch of my parents' old fridge motor, the one that had been the background noise for every late-night snack and argument and quiet moment in that kitchen. A familiar rattle and whoosh pattern that could only be our ancient dishwasher cycling water over dishes, that stuttering slosh as the spray arm hit a certain angle. And over both of those, faint but unmistakable, the muffled audience laughter of a TV game show. The cadence was so familiar, hosts set up, pause, canned laughter burst, that I could have told you the commercial break timing from memory. It was impossible. I was standing in a college dorm miles away from Scotch Plains, listening to my old kitchen breathe in my ear. Recognition didn't come as a thought. It came as a physical reaction, my stomach flipping, my knees going weak, my breath catching. It was the way you recognize someone's laugh in a crowded theater, even if you haven't seen them in years. You don't analyze it. You just know. "Hello," I said again, but it came out more like a plea. The sound shifted. Another layer slid in under the appliance hum and game show noise laughter. High, bright, unself-conscious. A girl's laugh. My laugh. You never notice your own laugh until you hear it recorded and played back. Even then, you usually hate it. But there was no mistaking the particular way mine hiccuped at the end, that little catch I'd heard on home videos and old answering machine messages. I was listening to myself, younger, happier, talking to someone. The static warped around it, stretching and compressing the sound. Snatches of my voice rose up out of the rush. "You can try. Shut up, you're not failing. Storm buddies." It was like someone had taken that last conversation and shoved it too many times through a bad tape deck. The words didn't line up neatly, overlapping in places, chopped in others. And then braided through my younger voice came his. Jason's laugh fuzzed and warped, but so painfully him that my throat closed. Little bursts at first, then half sentences, our voices overlapping. Held hostage by family dinner. If I die, at least. Don't say that. The hair on my arms stood up. My teeth started to hurt from how hard I was clenching my jaw. "Stop," I whispered into the receiver. "Please stop." The storm outside obligingly chose that moment to ramp up. A fork of lightning hit somewhere on campus, so close that the flash burned a white square into my vision. The building's lights cut out all at once, plunging the hallway into total darkness. For one terrifying second, the only light was the afterimage on my retinas. Every sound in the dorm snapped into sharper relief, the wind, the rain, a distant shout down the stairs. And in that blackout, the phone call changed. The rushing static fell away, like someone had opened a door and let all the wind out. The appliance noise faded. The laughter cut. In the sudden silence of the line, a single moment stretched long and thin. Then I heard it, as clearly as if he were standing right next to me in that dark hallway. "I wanted to ask you," Jason's voice, full and immediate, not underwater, not distorted. Just him. The exact same tone he'd used that night in his grandmother's room, balanced on the edge of 17 and something else. The sentence hung there, the dash at the end, like a held breath. Then a sharp click, loud as a gunshot in my ear. The line went dead. At the same instant, the building's emergency lights flicked on with a soft hum, bathing the hallway in dim yellowish glow. Exit signs glowed red. The fluorescents stayed off shadows, stretching weirdly along the floor. I realized I'd been holding the handset away from my face, arm extended like it was something filthy. My hand shook so badly, I almost dropped it as I fumbled it back onto the cradle. The metal casing of the phone was cold against my knuckles. I stood there, heart slamming the soda bottle, long since fallen and rolled against the wall. It took a full minute before I trusted my legs enough to pick it up and walk back to my room. My roommate was sitting cross-legged on her bed when I came in, the glow of her desk lamp cutting a warm circle around her. She looked up, eyes wide. "Did you get stuck in the stairwell?" she asked. The power flicker freaked me out. Everything went black. "I was in the hall," I said. My voice sounded wrong to my own ears, flat and far away, by the phone. She grimaced. "Yeah, okay, that thing is definitely cursed." I picked it up a minute before the blackout because it wouldn't stop ringing, and I swear to God it was like someone was playing a tape on the other end. My skin went cold. "What do you mean?" She waved her hands, trying to find words, like it wasn't a person talking to me. There were just these two voices, a girl and a guy, kind of laughing and talking, overlapping. And the guy was about to say something like, "I wanted to," and then bam, everything went dark and the line died. Gave me goosebumps. She rubbed her arms to demonstrate dark hairs standing on end. I sank down onto my chair before my knees could give out. What she asked, noticing my face. "You look like you saw a ghost." I thought about the hum of my parents' fridge, the rattle of their dishwasher, the canned game show laughter. About the way storms had followed me from one town to another, reaching through rented walls and campus wiring. Then I thought about how, for the first time, someone else had heard it too. "Yeah," I said softly. "Something like that." Once you start treating something like a pattern, it stops being a collection of scary coincidences and becomes a problem. After the hallway phone incident, I couldn't pretend it was just grief anymore. My roommate had heard them too, voices, laughter, Jason halfway into a sentence before the world cut him off. That took it out of my head and put it into the room with us. So I did what I've always done when something scares me. I tried to pin it down with facts. I bought a cheap spiral notebook at the campus bookstore, the kind with flimsy lined paper and a bright red cover that bent too easily. On the inside front cover, I wrote in small, shaky letters, storms, calls. After that, every time something happened, I wrote it down. Date, time, where I was, what the weather was doing, what the phone or any piece of hardware had done, how long it lasted, what I heard. It made me feel a little less helpless at first, turning experiences into entries, chaos into columns. October 3rd, 14 p.m., dorm room thunder moving in from West Hall, phone single ring after lightning, no one answers. October 21, 7th, 2 p.m. in library, no phones nearby, fire alarm speaker crackled with static for 3 seconds after lightning, no official announcement. November 9th, 11:58 p.m., home for weekend parents, out storm answering machine whine again, sounds like breathing cut off mid-message. Next to some of the entries, I started scribbling details I'd pulled from the local news or the college radio weather reports. I'd sit cross-legged on my bed with the TV on low, the notebook open, copying down things like National Weather Service reports. Frequent cloud-to-ground strikes between 7 and 8 p.m., and line of storms moving over Union and Somerset counties. When I noticed that some of my noted events lined up almost exactly with those strike-heavy periods, my skin crawled. It wasn't enough. I wanted to know if this was normal, or at least possible, so I went to the library. This was before everything lived online. You couldn't just type lightning through phone line weird deaths into a search bar. You had to physically go places and touch things. I sat at a long wooden table in the reference room, the air thick with dust and the faint smell of old paper, and asked the librarian where they kept information on lightning incidents. She pointed me toward a stack of newspaper archives and something I'd only seen in movies, microfiche. Scrolling through those translucent sheets of compressed news felt like sifting through a catalog of other people's worst days. Headlines blurred past, farmer killed in freak storm accident. Woman injured by telephone shock. Lightning blamed in mysterious death. I took notes. A lot of notes. There were more stories than I'd expected, scattered across decades. A man in the 60s who was talking on the phone in his kitchen when lightning hit the line outside. His handset melted, leaving burns on his hand and the side of his face. He survived barely, but he lost hearing in one ear. a housewife in the 70s who'd been ironing when a storm came through. The phone on the wall rang at the same time as a strike, and she dropped dead before the ambulance arrived. The article was vague about whether she'd answered. A teenager in another state who'd been playing guitar amp plugged into an old outlet when a close strike traveled through the house's wiring. The current jumped through his equipment. The reporter called it an electrical freak accident. There was a picture of a charred guitar cord looped sadly on a table. Lightning, it turned out, didn't care what medium it rode in on. It just looked for pathways, wires, lines, things that carried signal and sound. Phones were obvious, but so were radios, TVs, intercoms. I sat there in that humming little room surrounded by boxes of other people's tragedies, and my stomach did a slow, cold roll. It wasn't that my experience was completely unique. People did get hit through phones. They did sometimes die. That part, as horrible as it was, fit into the category of bizarre but documented. But none of those articles mentioned anything after. No lingering calls, no voices on tapes, no half-finished sentences leaping across years and miles. That was my part. And I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had touched Jason and brushed against me didn't care about these stories. It wasn't following rules. It was improvising. On bad days when I was too tired or too close to another storm, I'd catch myself thinking the word cursed. Like something had latched onto me in that moment, our phone line, a wire threaded through both our lives, lightning soldering something invisible in place. On slightly better days, I'd downgrade it to bound, as if that night had created some weird electrical echo of him, and I was unlucky enough to be tuned to the right frequency. Either way, I didn't know how to talk about it without sounding insane. I thought about therapy more than once. The campus counseling center had posters up everywhere about grief, anxiety, trauma, smiling people in soft chairs. The idea of telling a stranger that my dead, almost boyfriend still called during every storm, or that I sometimes heard my own voice replaying out of machines that shouldn't remember it, made my throat close up. I could already see the look they'd give me. Concerned, professional. The pen hovering over the pad just a little longer on certain words. I was afraid of labels, hallucination, psychosis, sticking to me as permanently as Jason's last sentence had. So I kept it to myself. The fear, of course, didn't stay contained. I became hyper-aware of sounds. Every little buzz and pop from speakers when someone plugged in a device made me jump. The tiny thump of the stereo turning on before the music started. The soft electronic chirp when the dorm intercom activated. Even the harmless crackle of a sweater pulled off too fast in dry air sometimes made my heart race, my hand flying to my ear. I started hearing phantom rings. Not full concrete rings I could point to and say, "Did you hear that?" More like the ghost of a ring, faint and buried under other noises. I'd be listening to music in my headphones, some rocking guitar track, and underneath it, just at the edge of perception, I'd swear I heard the old beige phone tone, distant and muffled. By the time I yanked the headphones off, it was gone. Maybe that part was in my head. Anxiety does that, it hides in your sensory system. But the thing about living with a pattern like this is that you're never completely sure what's real and what's your nervous system replaying trauma. So I tried to test it. On one particular stormy night, when the forecast had been warning about frequent cloud-to-ground strikes all day, I sat on my bed with my notebook open and made a decision I would not answer anything. Not the hall phone, not my own, not even if it rang with my parents' number on the little display. If this was some kind of reaction to my behavior, I wanted to see what it did when I refused to play. The sky outside flashed. Thunder rolled. My roommate snored softly on the top bunk. The dorm hummed fans' distant music, someone laughing way too late down the hall. I waited. I stared at the digital clock by my bed as the minutes changed. 10:09, 10:10, 10:11, nothing. No ring, no static bursts on the intercom. No answering machine whine back home that I could hear from miles away. Just a normal, loud, restless storm night. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and felt a thin, shaky little laugh work its way up my throat. Maybe this was it. Maybe the pattern had been coincidence stacked on grief, stacked on suggestion. Maybe if I simply refused to engage it, would the fire alarm chirped. Not the full screaming siren. Just a single sharp electronic cheep from the speaker over our door. One short aborted sound, like someone had tapped the test button and immediately jerked their finger away. I stared up at it. The storm flashed again, white light slicing across the ceiling. The speaker stared back dark and blank. My roommate didn't even stir. In my notebook under that night's date and time, I wrote no phone ring. Fire alarm chirped once instead, like a misdial. That was what finally did it for me, not the phones, not the tapes, not the phantom half-sentences. It was realizing that whatever this was, it didn't need phones. That first call had come through a landline, then through my parents' answering machine, then the hall payphone. But now, when I deliberately refused to put myself near any of those, it had flickered through a different channel. The fire alarm was wired into the building's system. It carried signal. It carried sound. So did the intercom and the PA speakers in classrooms. So did stereos, radios, even the little chime our microwave made when it was done. Anything that could send a sound from somewhere to somewhere else was, in theory, a path. Sitting there in my tiny dorm room with my notebook open and my pen hovering over the paper, I felt the scope of it widen in my mind, like a zoomed-out map. This wasn't about one haunted phone. It wasn't about a cursed kitchen or a single struck line. This thing, whatever you want to call it, whatever part of Jason or that night had been burned into the circuitry of my life, had an entire network now. And storms, with all their messy, beautiful, terrifying electricity, weren't just background anymore. They were amplifiers. I was no longer just waiting for a ring. I was living inside a world full of potential channels, any one of which could for a few seconds become a voice from a night in 1985, reaching across time to finish a sentence that had never been allowed to end. By the time I was in my mid-30s, if you'd asked anyone who knew me, they would have said I was fine. I had the kind of life that looks finished from the outside. A small house in a commuter suburb, a partner who remembered to buy milk without being asked, a kid whose school calendar was permanently magneted to the fridge. A car payment, a mortgage, a favorite grocery cashier. The kind of life where your tragedies become anecdotes. In high school, something awful happened to a boy I knew I'd say, if it ever came up, and people would tilt their heads and say how horrible, and we'd move on. I worked in a mid-rise office building downtown, the kind that looks like someone stacked gray glass shoeboxes on top of each other and called it architecture. Inside it was all cubicles and fluorescent lighting, endless rows of half walls covered in neutral fabric. The air conditioning ran so steadily, there was a permanent hush of cold air, a low, anonymous hum that made the whole floor feel like the inside of a refrigerator. The soundscape was its own kind of weather. VoIP phones chirped with the same generic two-note chime at random intervals, lighting up little LEDs on desktops. The printers whirred and clunked and spat out stacks of paper that no one really wanted to read. The copiers beeped irritably when someone pressed the wrong button, then beeped again when the jam was cleared. Somewhere behind me, always someone was talking into a headset, their voice low and professional, punctuated by the occasional forced laugh. Every so often, the elevator down the hall would ding, and a new wave of footsteps would join the murmur heels on carpet, the soft squeak of rubber soles, the swish of dress pants. The coffee machine in the break room hissed and dripped like a small, overworked steam engine. It was the soundtrack of adulthood, repetitive, predictable numbing. I told myself that meant I'd moved on. The storms that used to pin me to the couch with my heart in my throat were now mostly things I tracked on my weather app, so I'd know if soccer practice might be canceled. I still felt a little tightness in my chest when the forecast mentioned severe thunderstorms, but I'd trained myself to smile through it for my kids' sake. Thunder is just sky noise, I'd say. It's like the clouds are bowling. Jason was a story. A sad one, yes, but a story from a different chapter. A boy who never got to grow past 17. A ghost preserved in old yearbooks, and the occasional remember when message from someone I hadn't talked to in years. Some days I could almost convince myself the calls had been grief and fear and nothing more. Then the city had one of those afternoon storms that changes the color of your day in 10 minutes. It was a Thursday. I remember that because we'd just had a status meeting about quarterly projections, the kind of conversation that can make you forget any weather exists at all. When I came back to my desk afterward and glanced toward the windows at the far side of the open floor, the sky had gone from bright to bruised dark. The clouds were piled up thick over the skyline, layered in shades of slate and charcoal. The city outside looked like someone had turned the saturation down. The blinds on the big windows rattled softly as the wind pressed against the glass, the narrow metal slats ticking against each other. A minute later, everyone's computers pinged almost at once, little notification boxes blooming in the corner of screens. Severe thunderstorm warning for your area. Office chatter shifted immediately. People swiveled in their chairs to look outside made the same jokes about getting out of here in a boat. Someone in the neighboring cube said, "If we lose power, I'm taking that as a sign from God to go home." The first lightning flash reflected off the windows, a bright, jagged smear of white cutting across the dark clouds. The overhead fluorescent fixtures buzzed a little louder and swung almost imperceptibly in their mounts, a subtle sway. You wouldn't notice if you hadn't spent half your life cataloging the ways electricity behaves. I noticed. I always notice. I told myself to focus on my monitor, on the spreadsheet in front of me, on my calendar blocked out with meetings and dentist appointments and school play rehearsals. Normal things, present things. The storm had other plans. Thunder hit a few seconds after that first flash, a deep building boom that seemed to come up through the floor as much as from the sky. The window glass vibrated. Somewhere behind me, someone let out a low, impressed whistle. That one was close. Then the phones started to glitch. It was subtle at first. A few cubes down, Jessica from accounting frowned at her handset and said, "Hello. Hello." Then she pulled it away from her ear, looked at the display, and hung up with a sigh. "Dropped again," she muttered. Across the row, another guy tapped his headset, consulted his screen, and said, "Can you hear me? No, I can't. Okay. I'll call you back when the system stops freaking out," before disconnecting and rolling his chair back with an exasperated grunt. Within a couple of minutes, it became obvious something was wrong with the whole phone system. Calls were cutting out mid-sentence. Lines that showed as available returned busy signals when dialed. A few of the managers stood up in their cubes like meerkats looking around for someone from IT. Overhead, lightning flickered again so bright, it left a ghost on my vision. The thunder that followed was almost immediate, a sharp crack layered over a longer rumble. The blinds vibrated. My monitor flickered once, then steadied. I glanced at my own desk phone out of habit. The small digital display at the top showed the time and my extension. The line indicator was dark. I wasn't on a call. In fact, I deliberately set my soft phone status to Do Not Disturb after the meeting, so I could actually get something done. A new message popped up on my computer: network issues affecting voice services. Please avoid making non-essential calls until further notice. I leaned back in my chair, exhaled slowly, and told myself this was normal. Storms mess with infrastructure. Everybody knows that, I even thought wryly. At least this time, I'm not the one on the line when something blows. That was when my desk phone's line light blinked on. Not the little red voicemail indicator that stayed off. The green active call light. It snapped on in one quick motion, as if someone had pressed the button. The display still showed my extension and the time. No incoming number. No ringing. I frowned and checked my status on the screen. Still on Do Not Disturb. No active call window. No soft phone notification. Hesitation crawled up my spine. I reached over and hit the mute button on the physical handset out of reflex, just in case the system had decided to drop me into a conference call by mistake. The little red mute LED glowed reassuringly. Glitch, I told myself. Old wiring, cheap VoIP, whatever. The storm rolled another crash over the building, closer, louder. The whole floor seemed to hold its breath for a second, waiting to see if the power would go. The fluorescence flickered, then hummed back to life. And right then, in the middle of that tiny pause, my phone unmuted itself. It was a small thing, a soft click from the base, the red LED under my finger winking out. I hadn't touched it. My hand was still hovering a few inches above the buttons. For a heartbeat, I thought I must have imagined it. Then the speaker on the phone activated with another soft, electronic pop. I didn't press that either. Sound poured out. Not a voice at first. Not words. Just that now familiar high whine riding on top of a lower rush of noise. The kind of thin, piercing tone you feel behind your eyes more than you hear, wrapped in a wash of distant storm-muffled static. It cut through the office hum like a razor. For me, everything else dropped away: the printers, the chatter, the keyboards, clacking. All I could hear was that sound. It was like being snapped back 20 years and hundreds of miles in the span of a second. My right ear ached, a tiny phantom flare deep inside the canal. I stared at the phone display. Still no caller ID, no incoming number, no record of a call. Just my extension, the time, the little green line light glowing steadily as it broadcast something that shouldn't be there. "Everything okay over there?" A coworker called from the next cube, oblivious to the noise that seemed to be filling my head. I opened my mouth to answer, but the whine shifted, dipping, flattening into a familiar thin hiss. Underneath it, something started to move. I didn't tell anyone what I thought I'd heard come out of my desk phone. I just did the normal, sane thing. I opened a ticket. Audio artifact online, I typed into the company's help desk portal, fingers still trembling a little. Phone speaker turned on by itself. No caller ID. High-pitched tone and static heard. Possible hardware issue. The IT tech showed up 10 minutes later, a guy in his 20s with a lanyard full of keys and a perpetually bored expression. He rolled his chair into my cube and slid my phone closer, fingers already moving with that casual confidence people get when they've taken apart 100 of the same device. "So it just turned on?" he asked, unplugging the handset cord and popping off the plastic faceplate. "Yeah," I said. "No call, no ring, just noise." He connected a little test handset, punched a sequence of numbers, and watched the display. "Nothing active now," he said. "No ongoing call process. You didn't accidentally hit speaker?" "I was 3 inches away," I said. "I didn't touch anything." He shrugged, like that wasn't his problem to solve emotionally. "Sometimes the VoIP controller burps when the power's unstable," he said. Storms, brownouts, whatever. The system thinks a call is starting, but it's just junk traffic. Junk traffic, I repeated. It sounded like something you could sweep up. He spun my monitor slightly so we could both see it and pulled up the system logs. Lines of timestamps and call events scrolled past in neat rows. He narrowed his eyes and scrolled back a bit, then tapped a line with his pen. There, he said. That's the time you put in the ticket right. I leaned closer. Next to the timestamp under event, it read, Incoming line activation, duration 0007. Next to from the field just said Unknown origin. See, he said. System thinks something hit your line, but it doesn't know where from. Could be a router glitch. I'll reset your profile, clear the cache, all that good stuff. He said it like we were talking about clearing cookies in a browser, not about 7 seconds of sound that had made my ear ache like it used to in a different decade. He finished his checks, declared the phone fine, and rolled away, leaving me with a rebooted device and a log that confirmed I hadn't imagined at least part of it. By late afternoon, the storm outside had gone from ominous to biblical. The sky over downtown was almost black by 3 o'clock. The clouds so low, it felt like you could reach up and touch them if you stood on the roof. Rain hit the windows in relentless sheets, sometimes so hard we couldn't see the building across the street. Lightning flickered often enough that the world outside looked like it was under a strobe light. At some point, an all-company email went out due to severe weather and potential flooding. Employees may leave early at their manager's discretion. People took may as must. Chairs rolled back, computers shut down, conversations buzzed with that specific flavor of end-of-day relief. I'm not sitting in this tower if the grid goes, someone said near the break room. Another person joked about not wanting to be the tallest thing around if the lightning decided to aim lower. My manager poked her head over our shared cube wall. You can head out if you want, she said. Roads are going to be a mess. I glanced at the torrent outside and pictured myself on the freeway with 100 brake-happy commuters' wipers barely keeping up. I might wait a bit, I said. Traffic's going to be worse than the storm for the next hour. She nodded. Suit yourself. Don't stay too late. Within half an hour, the office had emptied out. The busy murmur of voices faded. Phones stopped chirping. The printer's constant whine died down as its job queue cleared. People filed into the elevator in groups, their laughter echoing briefly back up the hall. Then quiet. Not silence. The building had its own noises when it thought no one was listening. The HVAC seemed louder without our conversations to bury it, a steady rushing sigh coming through the vents, tinged with the faint smell of cold dust. Down the aisle, the copier made little cooling clicks and ticks as its internal parts shrank back from the day's heat. The emergency exit signs hummed faintly, their green glow oddly bright in the dimmer office. I sat alone in my cube, the blue light of my monitor painting my hands, the storm outside providing an irregular percussion boom, crack drum of rain pause. My desk phone sat to my right, dark and inert. The handset, for reasons I couldn't explain, looked heavier than usual, the cord twisted into a tight spiral, like someone had wound it too many times and let it go. I told myself I was being dramatic, that if I could sit through this storm in this overlit cube farm without incident, maybe I could finally put this particular fear back in the box. At 3:47 p.m., the phone rang. Not a full ring. Once. The sound hit me like a slap. The little speaker in the handset managed a single sharp chime before cutting off mid-note, as if someone had snatched the plug from the wall in the middle of its breath. I stared at the display. No incoming number. No flashing line. Just the time and my extension. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. A second later, my computer speakers popped. It was that subtle, dirty little thump you get when someone jostles a cable or turns a system on and off too fast. Except this pop was followed by a fragment of sound that made my skin go cold. Athy, a syllable and a half, dragged out and distorted like a tape being dragged under a needle. My name minus its first letter squeezed through cheap plastic. I launched myself at the speakers and yanked the 3.5mm jack out of the back of the docking station. The instant the metal prongs left the port, the sound cut off. And then my desk phone picked up where they left off. The speaker clicked the line, light blinked on, and from that little rectangular device came the exact same fragment of sound as if it had been mid-transfer when I interrupted it. Athy, same tone, same warble, same half-second of dead air afterward. "Stop," I said out loud. To the phone, to the storm, to the empty office. Lightning hit somewhere so close that the flash was white-hot, even through the tinted windows. The building responded with a low, involuntary shudder. I felt it in my chair and the floor under my feet. The overhead lights flickered hard, dimmed to almost nothing, then flared back to life. Every phone on the floor lit up at once. It was like a coordinated seizure, rows and rows of desk units, each little display flashing the same message in eerie synchronization: incoming call. My breath caught. The office, empty of people, was suddenly full of glowing screens and the faint electronic buzz of 100 devices waking up. None of them rang. The message blinked, held for a heartbeat, then vanished. One by one, the displays dropped back to their idle state, the lines going dark again. Except mine. My phone display stayed lit, the green line light steady. "Call in progress," it said. My hand hovered over the handset. I didn't want to pick it up. I also couldn't imagine not picking it up. I reached out and lifted it slowly, like it might bite. The plastic was warm from the electronics inside. For a moment, all I heard was the storm. Not the muted version filtering through office glass, but that other one, the one from 1985. The sound was layered, the heavy drumming rain of that long-ago night on a New Jersey roof overlaid with the current storm battering city windows. The rush of wind through trees and the hiss of it against aluminum siding mixed with the hum of this building's HVAC and the faint rattle of blinds. The effect was nauseating. 2 different nights, 2 different weather systems spliced together and forced through a speaker into my ear, and under that, like a thread, came the voice. "I wanted to ask you, Jason." Older and younger at the same time, his words dragged out by distance. It hit me like déjà vu because it was exactly that. The same sentence he'd started on his grandmother's bed. The same words I'd heard half-formed in my parents' kitchen in the dark dorm hallway, in a dozen tiny glitches over the years. This time, though, there was something else in it. A kind of strain, like someone trying to shout through a hurricane. My grip tightened on the handset. "Jason," I whispered. "I hear you. I'm here." For a second, the storm sound seemed to recede like water pulling back from a shoreline. "I wanted to ask you," he repeated a fraction clearer. The hairs on my arms stood up. My right ear throbbed once, a phantom ache deep in the bone. Then, just as he reached the edge of the word that never came, the line snapped. Not with a pop this time or a high whine, just a sudden total absence. 1 second the storm roared through a speaker. The next it was only the distant muffled version from outside the building, filtered by glass and drywall. My phone's display blinked. Call ended. I sat there, the handset still pressed to my ear, listening to the hum of the office, the thump of my own heart. The way sound seemed to rush back in. When I finally hung up, my hand shaking, I did what any overtrained corporate worker would do. I checked the system. The call logs were a few keystrokes away. I opened the softphone client on my computer, navigated to recent calls, and scrolled to the most recent entry. There it was. timestamp matching exactly when my line had gone active. Duration 0023 under, from where it should have listed an external number or unknown origin. The entry read, extension 4231, my extension. According to the system, I hadn't received a call. I had called myself. After the office call, I stopped pretending this was a phase. For a while, I tried to treat it like I had in college, something that flared up during a certain kind of weather, something I could box in with routines and superstitions. Don't answer landlines during storms. Unplug non-essential devices. Keep yourself busy. Breathe. But sitting there in my cubicle, looking at a call log that said I had dialed myself something in, me snapped back into the old mode document track analyze. If this thing wasn't going away, maybe I could at least understand the shape of it. The spiral notebook from college had been lost somewhere along the way, buried in a box left behind in a move swallowed by time. So I started a new one, a bigger one. Hardback this time, heavier, like something you'd use for a serious project. On the first page under the date, I drew 3 columns: storm, device, what happened. Then I began to fill it. May 21, 1985. Storm, landline, lightning strike, Jason's death, first crack. June 3, 1985. Storm, home, answering machine, high whine, breathing, blank tape. July 1985. Storm, phantom call on Bill from his grandmother's number she denies calling. 1990s, dorm hall, phone voices replaying old conversation, power outage. Early 2000s, intercom chirp instead of ring no message, storm overhead. Today, office VoIP phone high whine call, logged as from my own extension. The list grew faster than I expected. The more I wrote, the more I remembered small things I'd brushed aside at the time as anxiety or coincidence. The way the microwave chime sometimes glitched during heavy rain, producing a weird extra tone that made my teeth ache. The time the baby monitor emitted a brief burst of static and my own name followed by my child's sleepy murmur. I started marking locations too. Scotch Plains, campus, first apartment, new house office. Different towns, different power grids, different devices, same storm behavior, same kind of intrusion. The more entries I made, the thinner my "it's all in your head" excuse felt. At some point, I realized there was one line of inquiry I'd never seriously pursued: the numbers themselves. For years, I'd avoided dealing with that old family landline like it was haunted in the paperwork sense. No one wants to sit on hold with a phone company to talk about a number associated with their worst memories. But now that I was older with a little more spine and a lot more curiosity, I decided to push. The first call to the provider was awkward. The woman on the line sounded tired, but she was patient when I explained I was looking for information on an old residential number from the late 80s and early 90s. We moved, and I was just wondering what happened to the number after that, I said, keeping my voice as casual as I could. Did it get reassigned right away, or? She typed for a while. I could hear the click-clack of keys, the low murmur of other agents in the background, the canned hold music leaking in from someone else's call. Huh, she said finally. Never a good sign. What I asked. She hesitated. Looks like that number went into an administrative hold after your account closed. Administrative hold, I repeated. What does that mean, just not available for reassignment, she said. Usually it happens with numbers tied up in legal proceedings or internal audits or, I don't know, technical issues. It's just flagged that way. According to this, it stayed on hold for quite a while, actually. How long? Almost 13 years, she said, sounding surprised even as she said it. Then it finally got released, but I don't see a record of it being reassigned immediately after that. Systems were different back then. We didn't digitize everything the same way. 13 years. Long enough for me to leave for college, to hear the hall phone ring in a familiar tone, to move through a string of apartments that always felt like they had someone else's echoes in the wiring. "Thank you," I said, and hung up with my heart thudding in my chest. I might have left it there, but I'd made another mistake of adulthood. I'd befriended someone who actually enjoyed dealing with data. His name was Mark, a co-worker from another department. He was one of those quietly nerdy guys who knew way too much about infrastructure and liked talking about it. When I mentioned in a half-joking way over coffee that I was working on a weird personal project involving old call records, his eyes lit up. "You know you can get certain historical logs with the right kind of request, right?" he said. "Especially if they're tied to outages or anomalies. Some of that stuff's public record now, or close to it." I hesitated. "Isn't that a lot of hassle?" He shrugged. "Not really. A couple of forms. Think of it like freedom of information, but for cables instead of government secrets." He grinned. "What are you hunting for, some conspiracy?" "Something like that," I said. With his help, his free time, his curiosity, his ability to navigate arcane online portals that made my eyes hurt, we managed to pull partial call data spanning several years and multiple providers. Not everything. Not every call. Enough. When the first spreadsheet loaded on his laptop screen, rows of timestamps and origin numbers and call durations, I felt a wave of nausea. We filtered, sorted, cross-referenced. We looked at known storm dates, which I'd already logged in my notebook, and checked for any patterns in incoming calls to my various landlines, and later my cell. Most of it was mundane: telemarketers, relatives, misdials. But then there was this A string of brief incoming calls, each less than a minute, often just a few seconds, clustered around thunderstorms. The origin number in those entries made my stomach drop. My old family landline, the one that was supposed to be on administrative hold, the line that should have been dead. They appeared like blips at odd intervals across years and addresses. June 3rd, 1990, 19 seconds, origin, Scotch Plains number. Destination campus, dorm, switchboard. October 12th, 1993, 11 seconds, origin, Scotch Plains number. Destination apartment complex, main line. May 21st, 2001, 23 seconds, origin, Scotch Plains number. Destination, my first house's landline. On and on. Little ghosts of calls ping-ponging through systems that on paper should never have let that number breathe again. I stared at the screen until the numbers blurred. "This probably isn't as weird as it looks," Mark said carefully, sensing my tension. "There could be legacy routing tables, mislogged origins, recycled IDs. I mean, carrier databases are messy, really messy." "Right," I said. "Messy." That night, I sat at my kitchen table with both the printed logs and my notebook spread out in front of me, highlighter in hand. The kitchen had changed since 1985, new appliances, different cabinets, kids' artwork taped to the fridge, but the bones were similar. A window over the sink, a clock on the wall, a phone on the counter, even if it was cordless now. I traced the highlighted entries with my finger. If you squinted, you could tell yourself it was just data noise. Erroneous entries, weird software bugs, some early system test that reused real numbers for internal calls. But backed against the weight of my own experience, the sounds, the voices, the half-finished sentences, they looked less like errors and more like attempts, little stabs in the dark, little pushes against whatever barrier separates here from there. When the haystack is this big, you can convince yourself any needle is imaginary, unless it keeps pricking you. I found myself thinking in dangerous metaphors. What if Jason was stuck in something like the last few seconds of his life? A feedback loop of intent and interruption, that moment, before he could get the question out, before the crack, before his body decided, there would be no more new information. What if some fragment of him, his voice, his will, his fear had been recorded, not on tape, but in the circuitry, in the pattern of the strike, in the way the energy jumped from sky to wire to plastic to flesh? Maybe he'd been calling ever since in every sense of the word, or maybe whispered a colder part of my brain it wasn't him at all. Maybe that moment had taught something else how to sound like him. Maybe the thing that rides signals had been given a new mask that night, a teenage boy's half-formed sentence, a cadence, a particular way of saying my name. If you're trying to get someone to pick up, it helps to use a familiar voice. The sound that threaded through my life intensified once I started thinking like that. Or maybe I just became more attuned. I'd lie in bed at night with the fan on low, letting it churn the air into white noise, and underneath its steady whir, I'd swear I heard the faint pulse of a dial tone, the subtle rise and fall that separates mechanical hum from meaningful signal. Watching TV when a channel glitched and went briefly to static, I'd lean forward listening to see if there was a pattern in the hiss, a series of louder bursts spaced like rings. In the deeper hum of the AC on especially humid days, I sometimes heard something that felt like the old two-tone chime buried and stretched. My rational mind said, apophenia. The human brain looks for patterns. You're overlaying meaning where there is none. The part of me that kept a notebook said, you've been trying to ignore it for decades. How's that working out? The twist came as they always seem to on a storm night. Not at the office, not in a dorm, at home. The kids were younger then, old enough to be scared of thunder, young enough to believe me when I said the sky was bowling. It was a weekend, the sort of long, rainy Saturday where plans fall apart and you surrender to being stuck inside. The local forecast had been flashing red all afternoon. By evening, the storm was directly overhead. The rain hit the roof like 1,000 drumming fingers. Lightning brightened the living room every few minutes, turning the family photos on the wall into frozen negatives for a heartbeat. Thunder rolled so loud, it rattled the framed school portraits on the mantel. We'd turned off most of the electronics just in case. TV unplugged, desktop shut down, Wi-Fi router disconnected from the wall. Old habits die hard. The only light came from a couple of lamps and the occasional flash from outside. My kids sat on the carpet in a nest of toys, making a stuffed animal talk to a plastic action figure. On the coffee table, crayons lay scattered next to half-finished drawings. My partner was in the kitchen, clanking dishes, humming under their breath. I was on the couch with a book open in front of me, eyes moving over the words, brain, somewhere else entirely. The storm had me in that half-alert state, ready to jump at any sudden pop from the walls. That was when I noticed what toy my kid had picked up. It was a toy phone, one of those chunky plastic things with oversized buttons and a smiling face where the dial would be. It had been a birthday gift from a relative with a sense of nostalgia. Originally, it had lights and sounds, but the batteries had died months ago, and we'd never replaced them. Now it was just an object, something to be dragged around in imaginative play. "Who are you calling?" I asked, forcing my voice light. They pressed the phone to their ear, head cocked in that exaggerated pretending to listen pose kids do. There was a long pause. A flash of lightning washed the room in white. Thunder cracked almost on top of it, a sharp, concussive boom that made my ribs vibrate. When it died away, my kid looked over at me, serious. "Mom," they said. My throat constricted. "Yeah, there's a boy on here asking for you." The book slid off my lap. I tried to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" They frowned, turning the toy slightly, as if adjusting an invisible volume. "He said he never got to ask you something." They scrunched up their nose like they were concentrating, then added in a sing-song imitation, I wanted to ask you." They let the last word trail off into nothing, unconsciously mimicking the exact cadence I'd been hearing for decades. The room felt suddenly too small. The lamps hummed. The storm pressed against the walls. "Does he say his name?" I asked the question, catching on my teeth. They shook their head. "He just says your name over and over when I don't answer," they said matter-of-factly. "It's annoying." They held the phone out toward me. "He wants to talk to you now." The plastic handset was light in their hand. I knew with a bone-deep certainty that if I flipped it over, I'd see the battery compartment screwed shut, the weight of it unchanged since we'd taken the dead batteries out months ago. No power, no circuits, no speaker, just molded plastic catching signals it had no business carrying. "Tell him," I said slowly, my voice sounding distant in my own ears, "that I'm listening already." My kid shrugged, not understanding, and put the toy back to their ear. For a moment, in the space between thunder and the next flash of lightning, the house seemed to hold its breath. If you've been counting, you already know the storm isn't the thing that scares me most. It's the fact that no matter where I go, how old I get, or how many times I change my number, some part of that night in 1985 keeps finding a line to ride in on landlines, dorm phones, office systems, speakers, alarms, and now apparently even toys that aren't turned on. I always knew I'd have to come back here someday. I just thought I'd have more time to brace for it. My mother's decline was slow in some ways and abrupt in others. There were the usual euphemisms at first, a little forgetful slowing down, and then suddenly there were hospital bracelets and medication charts and conversations in hallways outside her room with doctors who said words like stage and aggressive and will keep her comfortable. By the time it was over, the paperwork had its own weight. Condolences blurred together. Casseroles appeared and disappeared from my kitchen counter. People said the same phrases they'd said when Jason died, just with older names. "She's at peace now. She lived a good life. At least she didn't suffer long." None of that answered the question of what to do with the house in Scotch Plains. So a few weeks after the funeral, I drove back into the town I'd once thought I'd left behind for good, watching the landmarks roll by like they were being projected on a screen. The faded strip mall, the gas station that had changed brands 3 times, but still smelled like hot asphalt and coffee, the old elementary school with its sagging playground. The closer I got to our street, the more I felt like I was driving into a photograph. The houses were the same shapes, just with more cracks, more vinyl siding, more satellite dishes. The trees were taller branches hanging over the road, like they were trying to knit a roof across it. Our house, my house now, according to the lawyer, sat where it always had, at the bend of the block. The paint had faded to a duller version of its original color. The shutters a little crooked, the front steps worn into shallow dips by decades of feet. Someone had planted a new shrub by the walkway. It looked like it had given up halfway through growing. I parked at the curb and just sat there for a minute, engine ticking as it cooled. The air smelled like cut grass and something damp and metallic underneath, like a storm that hadn't quite decided if it was going to happen yet. When I finally went in, the house greeted me with a smell I hadn't realized I remembered: old paper furniture polish, the faint sour trace of old coffee brewed and poured and forgotten. Dust motes floated in the air, caught in the light from the front windows. Plastic runners still covered parts of the carpet, like my mother was expecting company. The furniture looked smaller somehow. The sofa that used to loom in my childhood living room now seemed shrunken, its cushions sagging in the middle. The framed pictures on the walls, school portraits, vacations, my parents' wedding photo, had all browned slightly around the edges, the colors leached out by time and sun. The kitchen stopped me cold. It was like someone had taken my memory and shrunk it by 20%. The counters were lower than I remembered, the cabinets closer together. The wallpaper, tiny faded flowers marching in repeating patterns peeled at one corner near the ceiling. The laminate on the countertops was worn through to the pressboard in a few places, especially near the sink. And there on the wall between the fridge and the doorway was the ghost of the phone. The beige plastic box itself was gone. My mother had switched to a cordless years ago, and even that was probably buried under some pile now. But on the wall, the outline remained a slightly less yellow rectangle where the paint had been protected, surrounded by a halo of grime and sun fading. 2 small screw holes marked where the mount had been. Below it, a discolored oval showed where the cradle had rested. I stepped closer without meaning to my fingers lifting as if they expected to find the handset waiting. My hand hovered over the empty space palm, tingling. If I closed my eyes, I could hear it. The 2-tone ring, the way the plastic felt against my ear, the hiss of the line, Jason's breath under it. I opened my eyes and forced myself to step back. "Get it done," I muttered. "Boxes, not ghosts." I turned on the radio on the counter out of habit, half expecting it not to work. It crackled to life after a moment, the dial still set to my mother's favorite oldies station. A familiar song from the 70s filled the room, the singer's voice warbling slightly with age and poor reception. And in weather, the DJ cut in after the chorus, "We've got a line of storms moving in from the west. Expect thunder and heavy rain later this afternoon, folks. Might want to bring those lawn chairs inside." Of course. I started with the lower cabinets, pulling out pots and pans that had clearly not been used in years, setting aside what could be donated and what was too far gone. Dust puffed up when I moved things, catching in my throat, making me cough. The HVAC kicked on with a low, tired hum, pushing cool air through vents that hadn't seen a filter change recently enough. As I worked, I could hear the storm building far away, the thunder just a distant mumble beyond the radio's mix of music and ads. That old, familiar pressure settled behind my ears, the subtle change in air that precedes lightning. I found the box of electronics under the sink where my mother had always stuffed cords and spare chargers and things she intended to deal with later. It was one of those beat-up cardboard boxes that had once held copy paper, the lid bowed from being overfilled. I slid it out and set it on the kitchen table. Dust puffed up around it, glittering in a shaft of light. My fingers left clean streaks when I brushed the top. Inside, tangled like a nest of dead snakes, were extension cords, old remotes, a couple of broken kitchen timers, a yellowed surge protector with a piece of masking tape on it that said "Do not use" in my mother's handwriting. And lying diagonally across the top of everything else was the old handset. Beige plastic, slightly gray, with age, the coiled cord still attached, tangled around itself. The mouthpiece was scuffed. The earpiece had a faint crack along its edge. When I picked it up, it was lighter than I remembered, the way everything from childhood is when you revisit it as an adult. At the bottom of the box, half hidden under a tangle of wiring, was the base plate with the dial pad. The plastic around the buttons was scratched, and one corner was subtly melted, the texture warped like someone had held a match too close to it, and then pulled it away. My stomach lurched. I knew that damage. I'd felt the source of it in my bones. I sat down heavily, the handset in my lap, the base plate on the table in front of me. I ran my thumb over the numbers, the raised plastic 5 worn down smoother than the others. My reflection in the tiny glossy window above the dial was warped and ghosted, split into pale shards. I should have thrown it away. Any therapist, any friend with sense would have told me to toss the whole box into the trash and never look back. Burn it even if I were feeling dramatic. Bury it deep in a landfill where no one could ever dig it up again. I held the handset and thought about garbage trucks, about things crushed under tons of other things, about circuits wound tight and coiled plastic buried, but not gone. About signals that seemed to travel along anything they wanted, ignoring physical damage. Just junk, I told myself, echoing the IT guy from the office. Old plastic. Dead wiring. The thunder outside had grown closer, the low rumbles now punctuated by sharper cracks. The radio cut briefly to a storm update, the announcer's voice calm, as he mentioned downed branches and potential power outages. I turned the handset over in my hands. The cord brushed against my wrist light as a touch. It's stupid to keep this, I said out loud, because sometimes hearing yourself say it helps. Sentimental and irrational. I imagined explaining it to my partner when I brought it home. Oh, just the phone from the night a boy literally died in my ear. Thought I'd display it in the living room. I should have thrown it away. Instead, I set it gently on the counter near the old outline on the wall next to a stack of things I'd mentally labeled "decide later." Just for now, I said, as if that made any difference. I'll figure it out. The storm grumbled approval or disapproval somewhere beyond the windows. I left the kitchen to get more boxes from the front hall closet. The house creaked under my feet in familiar ways, the floorboards remembering where people had walked for decades. As I tugged another flattened box out from behind a pile of winter coats, the radio in the kitchen faded under the sound of the wind picking up. Then I heard it. A faint click from the kitchen. Soft, precise. The exact sound a plastic handset makes when it's lifted just enough to free it from the cradle. My whole body went cold. Old houses make noises, I told myself, cardboard box clutched to my chest like a shield. Plastic settles, things shift. Storms, I walked back to the kitchen anyway. The radio was still murmuring an old song, the singer's voice thin under a new patter of rain that had begun on the roof. The light through the window had dimmed the room a few shades darker. On the counter where I'd left it, the old base plate sat exactly where it had been, but the handset was no longer resting neatly across it. One end had slid off just enough that the little cradle hook underneath was no longer depressed. The handset hung at a slight angle, the cord twisted, like someone had lifted it carefully, gently, and set it back down without aligning it, testing the weight of a phone that wasn't connected to anything anymore. I was alone in the house. I held out almost a full day before I let myself walk past his street. It started as an excuse. I told myself I needed air after hours of sorting through my mother's things, paperwork, clothes, mementos that all smelled faintly like her. My back hurt, my eyes burned, and the storm that had been growling at the edge of town all afternoon was moving closer, the clouds stacked thick and low over the neighborhood. I'll just take a loop, I muttered, locking the front door. Just a walk. Just see what's changed. The sidewalks in Scotch Plains had not improved with age. Cracks spiderwebbed through the concrete, pushing up uneven slabs where roots had muscled their way underneath. Weeds grew through the gaps, yellow flowers, and scraggly tufts of grass waving in the rising wind. The hedges in front of the houses were overgrown in places, trimmed neatly in others, each yard a little snapshot of how much the owners still cared. Mailboxes leaned toward the street at lazy angles, their numbers peeling and faded. Some had new shiny stickers. Others still bore the fonts of the 80s, nearly illegible. I passed a rusting basketball hoop with no net, its backboard pockmarked and milky, and a plastic tricycle left on its side in a driveway, one wheel still spinning lazily. My feet knew the way before my brain caught up. Left at the corner where the big maple used to drop the best climbing branches. Straight past the house where we used to cut through the backyard to save 5 minutes on the way to school. Right at the mailbox, my friend Sarah backed her dad's car into one summer, denting it permanently. And then I was on his street. If my childhood home felt like a photograph, This street felt like a slightly overexposed copy. Familiar lines, but faded. The houses were the same shapes with different coats of paint. New cars in old driveways. The telephone poles stood where they always had thick wooden sentries with wires stretching between them, like black scars against the darkening sky. Jason's grandmother's house sat halfway down a narrow two-story with a small front porch and a peaked roof. Once upon a time, I could have drawn it from memory, the pattern on the curtains, the exact slant of the steps. Now standing across the street, I had to squint to reconcile the house in front of me with the one in my head. The siding was a different color. Now someone had put up beige vinyl over the old peeling paint. The porch railing had been replaced. The wood looked newer, less warped. A different style of mailbox was bolted to the post, the numbers printed in a modern font. But the bones were the same. Same front door, same arrangement of windows, same little rectangle of glass above the entryway that used to glow warm at night when his grandmother left a hall light on. The curtain in the front window twitched. For a moment, I considered walking on, pretending I was just a stranger on a nostalgic stroll. But then the door opened, and a woman stepped out onto the porch. She was in her 50s, maybe hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing a sweatshirt with the local high school logo and jeans. She hesitated when she saw me, then gave a polite, neighborly half smile. "Can I help you?" she called, not unkindly. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how this must look, someone standing on the sidewalk staring at her house like it had done something to me. "Sorry," I said, stepping closer, but not onto the lawn. "I used to know the people who lived here. A long time ago. I was just looking." Her expression shifted into something softer. "Oh, you mean Mrs. Finley?" she said. "Sweet woman. Passed away ages ago." "I know," I said. My voice came out thinner than I meant it to. I went to school with her grandson, Jason." Recognition flickered across her face. "Oh," she said, that boy." The way she said it told me the story had lingered longer in this street than it had in the wider town. Awful thing. She leaned against the doorframe, arms folding loosely. Behind her, I could see the dim outline of the hallway, familiar in an aching way. The way the stairs rose just past the front door, the small table that had always had a bowl of keys on it. "You visiting?" she asked. "My mom passed," I said. "I'm back to deal with the house." She made the same sympathetic noise I'd been hearing for weeks. We traded a few obligatory condolences, the script of grief. The storm overhead grumbled in the pauses. Up close, I could see more of the house's personality. A child's drawing was taped crookedly to the inside of the front window. A pair of rain boots sat by the door. Wind chimes hung from a hook on the porch beam, chiming discordantly as the wind picked up the metal tubes knocking into each other. "I hope this isn't a weird question," I said finally, because of course it was. "But have you ever had any phone issues during storms?" Her eyebrows climbed. Phone issues like lines acting up, phones ringing with no one there, that sort of thing. She laughed, but it wasn't dismissive, more unsettled than amused. "Actually, yeah," she admitted. "I figure it's just this old place, the wiring's a mess. But the phones, they get weird when the weather's bad." How weird, I pressed. She glanced back over her shoulder as if the house could hear her. "Well, the landline used to ring in the middle of storms," she said. "We don't even really use it anymore, who does, but it would start going off, and when I answered, there'd be nobody. No dial tone after either, just nothing. Sometimes the baby monitor would pick up voices too. When my youngest was little, we'd hear someone saying names we didn't know, or a woman calling from what sounded like another room. My skin tightened. What did she sound like, I asked before I could stop myself. She frowned a little, thinking. Older, I guess, she said. Kind of soft, but insistent. Like she was trying to get someone's attention. I always told myself it was just crossing signals, picking up a neighbor's cordless or a trucker's CB or something. That's still possible, right? She gave me a small, hopeful smile as if I had the authority to declare it normal. Yeah, I lied. Sure. Thunder rumbled closer, the sound deeper now rolling through the street. A gust of wind ripped down the block, making the hedges shiver and the wind chimes clatter more violently. The first scattered raindrops began to hit the sidewalk, darkening the concrete in spotted patterns. I should let you go, she said, before you get soaked. Thank you, I said. For answering my weird question, she shrugged. Old houses have ghosts, she said lightly, then grimaced. I mean, not literally, I just mean memories in the walls. You know. I knew. I walked further down the street, then crossed and came back up the other side ostensibly to make it look like I was just looping the block. In reality, I wanted one more look at the side of the house at the upper floor windows. His bedroom had been on the second floor facing the street. I knew the exact window third from the left, the one that had once had a poster taped inside. The glass was clearer now, the frame repainted. A faint smudge at the bottom edge could have been a handprint, or just mildew. Lightning flashed behind the house, not a direct strike, but close enough that the entire street lit up in a washed-out negative. For a split second, the window seemed to reflect something that wasn't there, a shadow crossing the room, a shape near where the bed would have been. I blinked, and it was gone. The transformer on the nearest telephone pole gave a sudden angry pop, a burst of blue-white sparks showering down like a dying firework. I flinched instinctively, ducking my head as if physical debris might hit me. All along the street, the porch lights flickered in unison, off on dim, then back to normal. It felt like the whole block had hiccuped, and in that small crack between normal and not something shifted. For a moment, no more than a second, I heard them. Not through a visible speaker, not from any phone I could point to. The sound was just there, layered over the storm, the overlapping voices of teenagers, half muffled and distant, like they were coming from another room with the door almost closed. A boy laughing in a way I hadn't heard in decades. A girl me responding my words impossible to make out, but the rhythm painfully familiar. Over it, the faint echo of an older woman's voice calling from a kitchen. Jason, dinner, get off that phone. It all came in at once, compressed into a tiny crack of time, as if I'd been allowed to put my ear to an invisible wire stretched back to a night in 1985. The echo of an ordinary moment replaying under extraordinary circumstances. Then the thunder crashed right overhead, slamming the present back into dominance. The voices vanished. The only sounds were the storm and the rattling of branches. Hey, someone called. I turned. A man stood on the sidewalk a house down, holding a trash bin he'd been wrestling back from the curb before the rain really started. He was in his 60s, wearing an old ball cap, his jacket zipped up halfway. You all right? He asked. That transformer spooked you, huh? A little, I admitted. He nodded toward Jason's grandmother's house. This street's always been weird in storms, he said conversationally. That place especially. He jerked his chin at the front window. It's the strangest thing during storms. The phone on that wall in there sometimes rings. They ripped the line out years ago. I helped the last owner with the renovation, saw it myself. My mouth went dry. Maybe it's picking up a neighbor's wireless or something, I said, hearing the woman's hopeful tone echoed in my own. He snorted. Ain't nothing for it to pick up, he said. No wires, no power to it. It's just a dead hunk of plastic on the wall. Still rings, though. He gave me a curious look. "You knew the folks who lived there before?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "Yeah, I did." He shrugged, uninterested in the details. "Well, welcome back to the neighborhood," he said. "Try not to stand under any trees. This street'll light you up if it gets the chance." He dragged his bin up the driveway, leaving me standing in the rising rain, staring at the house where Jason had died, with a phone pressed to his ear. Back at my mother's place, an old beige handset sat slightly off its cradle, waiting. I told myself I was staying the night in the old house because it was practical. There was still too much to sort, too many boxes to label, and decisions to make. Driving back to a motel in the storm that was rolling in felt pointless. I could sleep in my old room one more time, finish the kitchen in the morning, meet with the realtor after that. Clean cut, clean exit. That was the story I told myself anyway. By the time the sun went down, the storm had arrived with a kind of grim enthusiasm. Wind funneled down the street, making the thin old windows tremble in their frames. Rain came in sharp, slanted sheets, needling the glass, tapping urgently against the panes like impatient fingers. Somewhere above the tree branches scraped the roof a rough, intermittent drag that sounded disturbingly like something trying to climb in. The house made its own noises in response. The HVAC kicked on and off with a tired sigh. The refrigerator in the corner of the kitchen rattled briefly as its motor cycled. The floorboards creaked as they adjusted to the changes in temperature and pressure, the sounds mapping out the empty rooms in my mind. I ended up in the kitchen, of course. That was where everything seemed to funnel back to. I sat at the old kitchen table, the same scarred surface where I'd done homework and eaten cereal and once sobbed through half a night after Jason's funeral. The overhead light felt too bright, so I left it off and used the smaller lamp over the sink instead. Its yellow glow pooled over the table and counters, leaving the corners of the room in soft shadow. A cup of coffee cooled slowly in front of me, forgotten more often than it was sipped. The air smelled like old dust, disturbed humid storm air, and the faint bitterness of the brew. The beige phone sat on the table too. I'd moved it there earlier without really thinking about it, just picked up the base and handset from the counter and placed them in front of me like I was inviting a guest to sit. The cord was still attached to both pieces, coiled into a tight spiral that had taken on a shape of its own over the years. It was not plugged into anything. The wall jack where it once lived had been covered with a plate long ago. There was no line running to the base, no power source, no way for this stack of old plastic and dead wiring to do anything except take up space. Still, it had shifted by itself earlier. Still, its weight on the table felt intentional. "You're just an object," I told it quietly, because acknowledging that I was talking to a phone out loud was somehow less crazy than keeping it all in my head. "You don't get a say." Outside, thunder rolled closer, a long, low growl that made the lamp flicker once. The radio I'd left on low in the background had switched from music to a weather announcement, flood warnings, downed lines, the usual litany. The announcer's calm tone scraped against my nerves. I wrapped my hands around the coffee mug more for something to do than for the warmth. The ceramic was lukewarm now, the liquid inside gone bitter. My gaze kept sliding back to the phone, its familiar curves and buttons, the little crack in the plastic near the earpiece. If I stared long enough, I could almost superimpose the past over the present. The beige phone mounted on the wall. My younger self standing here, one hand clamped to the handset, the cord twisted around her fingers, the storm outside a wall of noise. Thunder cracked again closer, the sound sharp enough that I felt it in my teeth. That was when the phone chirped. It was not a full ring, just a half sound, a metallic throat clearing that cut itself off mid-chime. The kind of noise the old phone sometimes made when the power flickered back in the 80s, a tiny involuntary cry as it woke up. I froze. The base was inches from my hand. I could see clearly no line, no plug, nothing connecting it to anything. Just plastic and metal sitting on scarred wood. It chirped again, a little longer this time. Half a ring, then silence. My heart thudded against my ribs. The air in the kitchen felt thicker, full of static I couldn't quite hear. The third sound was unmistakable. The phone produced the full two-note chime of our old house ring, bright and loud in the dim kitchen. The sound seemed too big for the device, too alive. There was a precise pause, then it did it again, matching the old pattern I'd grown up with: ring, ring. Pause. Ring, ring. Every hair on my arms stood up. If you don't answer, it goes to the machine, I caught myself thinking, an old reflex. There was no machine anymore. Just this relic and me. Before I could talk myself out of it, I reached forward and closed my fingers around the handset. The plastic was cool, almost cold. The weight of it in my hand was exactly right. Familiar, terrible. I lifted it to my ear. The world changed. In one ear, the one not pressed to the phone, I still heard the present. The howl of wind down the street, rain against the windows, the faint buzz of the kitchen lamp. In the other, pressed close to old plastic, I heard 1985. It wasn't an impression. It wasn't a memory. It was sound, layered, textured, specific. The clank of pots and pans in the background, my mother cooking dinner at the stove. The rhythmic slosh of the dishwasher going through a cycle. The canned cheer of a game show audience leaking in from the living room TV, rising and falling with the host's unseen gestures. Underneath all of it, the soft, steady breathing of a teenage boy lying on a bed in another house, another town, another year. "Hey!" Jason's voice said, tinny and distant, but undeniably his. "You still there?" My lungs forgot what they were supposed to do for a second. I knew this conversation. I knew every beat of it. I'd replayed it for years in my head, in my nightmares. The cadence of his words was burned into me. But even as my body recognized the shape of it, something small and sharp in me whispered, "Listen carefully." Because it wasn't quite the same. Back then, when he'd said, "You still there," he'd followed it with a joke about me chickening out. Now there was a slight difference in the timing. A hesitation, a fraction of a beat too long between words. A different emphasis on still, like he wasn't just checking the call hadn't dropped. Like he was genuinely surprised I was there at all. "Yeah," I heard myself answer. Except it wasn't exactly me now, it was her, the 17-year-old version. My voice higher, lighter, carrying a nervous smile. "Yeah, I'm here." I remembered saying that, but the words that followed in my memory weren't the ones I heard now. In the version that kept me up at night, I'd launched into something inane about homework or the storm. In this replay, my younger self said I was just thinking. A tiny difference. A different branch. Thunder rolled in both ears, overlapping old and new. For a moment, the kitchen felt like it had two sizes at once, the smaller version from my childhood, and the current, slightly shrunken one overlaid. Jason laughed softly on the line. "Dangerous," he said. "You thinking." I heard myself snort a sound I didn't remember making. The conversation continued, hitting the same general points: school, his cousins, the storm. But the phrasing kept being off by a hair. Jokes delivered in a slightly different order. My responses arriving a half-second earlier or later than I remembered. It was like watching a familiar scene performed by actors improvising around the edges. The longer I listened, the more wrong it felt. The storm outside built in intensity. Lightning flashed bright even through closed lids because at some point, I'd shut my eyes clinging to the handset, like it was the only solid thing in the room. With each flash, the sound in the phone seemed to split. First there was one track, then two, then more. I began to hear layers of the same call stacked on top of each other, slightly out of sync, slightly different. One where I laughed more, one where I said less, one where Jason talked over me, and another where he paused, and I rushed in. Every time thunder shook the house, another version seemed to appear, the storm's energy slamming the needle onto a different groove in the same warped record. In one layer, my younger voice never quite managed to ask him anything meaningful, just babble about teachers and TV and summer plans. In another, I heard myself try to interrupt him. Jason wade-eye, and then his words rolled over mine, the old pattern asserting itself. In yet another, there was a long, awful silence where no one spoke at all, just breathing and storm noise, the space between us crackling with what might have been if either of us had been braver sooner. It was overwhelming. A chorus of almosts crowding my ear, my brain. The kitchen around me pulsed with the overlapping storms, rain on this roof, rain on that old one, both beating out a relentless, mismatched rhythm. I wanted to ask you, Jason's voice said in one strand. I wanted to ask you, he echoed in another, a fraction ahead. I wanted to, a third started, then cut off. The phrase folded over itself, words colliding, splintering. The effect made my vision swim behind my closed eyes. Stop, I whispered into the receiver, not sure which version of me I was speaking as. Please just stop. The layers stuttered. Some dropped away, fading into the static. The breathing on the line steadied. The game show audience quieted, as if someone had turned down the TV in that old living room. One thread remained. Jason's voice came through on it clearer than I'd ever heard it in any of these intrusions. Not tinny, not distant, not stretched thin by time. Just him as he had been, as he should have been, right before everything exploded. I wanted to ask you, he began. The storm outside seemed to hold still. The wind paused mid-howl. The rain quieted to a whisper. Even the hum of the refrigerator receded, the present turning down its volume so the past could speak. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear. My throat felt too small. He took a breath, and in that heartbeat I knew with a terrible certainty that this was the line he'd been trying to get to all along. Not the high school question I'd always imagined. Not the teenage ritual about labels and status. I wanted to ask you, he said, every word sharp and deliberate now, if you can hear me now. The sentence hung there, complete at last. Something inside my chest seemed to crumple. Then, from somewhere beyond both storms, beyond both houses, beyond any wiring I understood, came that blinding crack of noise, the same vicious metallic snap that had torn through the line the night he died. It didn't just hit my ear. It went straight through my skull, a white-hot spike of sound that carried with it the faint, acrid smell of burned plastic and dust. The lamp flickered hard, plunging the kitchen into darkness for a split second before jolting back on. The line went dead. No hiss, no breathing, no layered calls fighting for space. Just the storm roaring against the windows like it had been doing all along, and me sitting at my childhood kitchen table clutching a handset that had no business being anything but silent. So this is the part where I'm supposed to tell you everything's fine now. That I went back to Scotch Plains, faced my past, got some symbolic closure with the old house and the old phone, and then the storm stopped meaning anything more than wet roads and power outages. You already know that's not where this is going. Right now, as I'm typing this, and as you're reading it aloud, if this ever becomes one of your episodes, it's late. The digital clock on my stove says 11:47 p.m., again, like it has a sick sense of humor. Outside, there's another storm working its way across the neighborhood. I can see the lightning reflected in the black, turned-off TV screen across the room, quick, silent flashes that turn my living room into a negative of itself for a heartbeat at a time. The house sounds different at this hour. The daytime noises, dishwasher, clatter, kids' shows, traffic are gone. What's left is the low, steady hum of the HVAC, the occasional cycle of the fridge motor kicking, on the soft tick of the wall clock above the hallway. There's a news channel on the TV at barely audible volume, more for company than information, the anchor's voice, a distant murmur under the weather report graphics. On the coffee table next to me, my cell phone sits face up. Every so often it does that little buzz, a spam call, a weather alert, an app demanding attention. The screen lights up with numbers I don't recognize, area codes I've never visited, then goes dark again when I ignore them. The sound of it vibrating still makes the muscles in my neck tighten. You'd think after everything I've told you, I'd have thrown away every phone in my life and moved into a cabin in the woods with no electricity. But that's not how the world works anymore. You can't opt out of being reachable. You can only decide how reachable you pretend to be. I have done all the right things. I want you to know that part. I tried therapy more than once. I sat in soft chairs across from well-meaning professionals who nodded and asked about my childhood, my mother, my relationships, my fear of storms. When I mentioned the night in 1985, the crack on the line, the way I still flinch at sudden static, they leaned in. Traumatic loss, survivor's guilt. Very treatable, they said. When I told them about the calls, plural, the voices, the repeated sentence threading through different devices over the years, some of them wrote more notes, some of them wrote less. The words anxiety and hypervigilance came up a lot. Once when I pushed too hard, I saw something else flicker on a page upside down from my angle. Possible psychotic features, that was the last session with that one. I saw doctors too. Had my ears checked, my hearing tested. They put me in little booths and played sounds at different frequencies, asked me to raise my hand when I heard them. I aced those for whatever that's worth. My eardrums are apparently in better shape than you'd expect for someone who once had lightning scream directly into one. One ENT suggested I might have tinnitus. Sometimes the brain fills in silence with its own noise, he said, tapping his chart. It's not uncommon, especially after trauma. You might be interpreting that as meaningful when it's not. I thought about the toy phone with no batteries, my kid repeating a sentence they'd never heard in that exact tone, and decided not to argue. I've had electricians in every house I've lived in since I left college. They checked the wiring, the junction boxes, the grounding rods. They tightened loose connections, replaced corroded outlets, installed whole home surge protectors. One of them, a guy with hands like tree roots and a surprisingly gentle voice, ran a tester along the baseboards and said, "If there's anything wrong with this place, it's not electrical." He meant it as reassurance. I took it as confirmation. None of it therapy, doctors, electricians stopped the pattern. Maybe that's why I'm here talking to you instead of to another professional with a clipboard. Your channel is where people send the stories that don't make sense anywhere else. The ones that sound too dramatic for a counselor and too quiet for a priest. You tell stories about strange things that slip into ordinary lives. You know the tone I'm trying to hit here, the fine line between confession and warning. So let me say this plainly, I don't think this is just about one boy anymore. I don't even think it's really about that one storm. Jason is the shape it first took for me, the voice it learned how to wear, the sentence it chose to wrap itself in. But looking back over my notes over the years, over all the incidents I've tried to catalog, a different pattern emerges. It's not just storms. Not every storm does it. It's not just phones. Not every device glitches. It's the combination. Electricity in the air. A line, any line wire or wireless ready to carry signal. A speaker ready to turn that signal into sound. and a person on one end who is standing on the edge of a question. That's the part I didn't see at first. Most of my big moments involved phones, so it was easy to blame the hardware. But when I really sat with it, when I laid my life out on paper, the connections got uglier. Jason wasn't just calling to talk. He was calling to ask something that to a 17-year-old felt life-altering. Will you be my girlfriend? His last words before everything blew were the beginning of a turning point. Later in college, the hall phone incident happened the night I'd finally decided to stop running from what happened and see if I could tell someone the unedited version. I didn't. The call hit before I got that far. When I heard my name in the office speakers, I'd been on the verge of emailing HR about a job change that would have uprooted my entire schedule, my family's routines, everything. I had the draft open. The cursor was blinking on the send button. You can call that confirmation bias if you want. Maybe it is. But the more I look, the more I see this thing showing up when I'm about to shift something big or small. Whispering through the devices in those few seconds when I'm most aware of being alive, of choosing a path, of wanting something. If it were just me, I might still chalk it up to trauma. But then there's my kid casually answering a toy phone with no power and relaying a message from a boy he's never met. There's the current resident of Jason's grandmother's house listening to her baby monitor spit out names during storms. There's the neighbor who's heard a disconnected phone ring on that wall for years. This is what I've come to believe, and you can take it or leave it. There is something out there that likes to sit on the line at the moment. A life is about to pivot. It uses storms and wires and speakers because that's where the edges of things get thin. It waits in the static and slips into the exact space between intention and action, between I wanted to ask you and whatever comes next. Sometimes it just listens. Sometimes it mimics. Sometimes, like tonight in the kitchen where I grew up, it finally talks back. My therapist would say that's me externalizing my fear of change. My doctor would say it's a neurological echo. The electrician would shrug and say storms do weird things. And yet, here I am, middle-aged and tired, telling my story to a stranger's microphone, while the sky outside my window flashes like someone's taking pictures of the house from very far away. The news channel in the background is talking about power outages now. Street names I recognize. I can hear the faint hiss of rain on the reporter's audio feed. A crawl along the bottom of the screen warns of more lightning strikes over the next few hours. My cell phone buzzes again on the table, doing its little glass-on-wood rattle. Unknown caller, the screen says. I let it go dark. A second later, it dings a weather alert. I glance at it out of habit. Severe thunderstorm warning in your area until 2:17 a.m. Of course. Across the room in the corner, the landline I keep mostly out of old habit sits on its cradle, a cheap cordless with a backlit display. Nobody important uses that number. The only ones who call it are telemarketers, robocalls, and occasionally my oldest relative who refuses to touch a smartphone. I'm watching it now as I type this the way you'd watch a door you know doesn't latch right. This is the part of the story where I should tie things up right. Offer some kind of lesson or warning, or at least a clean last line. You like those on your channel? The final sentence that makes your viewers pause, maybe look over their shoulder at whatever's behind them. All I really have is this. If you think this story is just about my bad luck with storms and phone lines, you're not listening closely enough. Because I'd bet good money that some of the people listening to your voice right now are remembering their own moments, that one call they never finished, the question. They never got to ask the text that never sent, because the signal dropped at exactly the wrong time. And I'd bet some of them can still hear in the back of their head the sound their phone made right before everything in their life shifted. As if on cue, because of course it is my landline gives a single truncated ring. One sharp chime cut off like somebody pinched the sound between their fingers. My hands hover over the keyboard. The cursor blinks at the end of the last sentence. The storm rumbles approval or disapproval above the roof. I count to 10 in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. No second ring, no whine on the speakers, no sudden activation of the handset by itself. Just the hum of the house, the patter of rain, the faint, almost imperceptible crackle in the audio feed as you somewhere else keep recording. Nothing else happens. For now, this is the part where I stop pretending you're not here. Up until now, it's been easy to think of this as me shouting into a void, a woman in her late 50s hunched over a keyboard, or talking into her phone's mic, spilling out decades worth of storm-soaked memories. Easy to pretend that on the other side of this story, there isn't someone specific. But there is. There's you. So let me ask you something, and I want you to really answer it in your head, not just let it slide past like the usual spooky story patter. Where are you right now? Are you in your bedroom, leaning back against pillows with the lights off or down low screen glowing in your hands? Are you on a couch laptop propped on your knees, the TV casting a second glow across the room? Are you in a car, maybe parked somewhere, this playing over your speakers, while the windshield fogs, and you tell yourself you're just killing time? Is it raining where you are? You don't have to say it out loud. Just notice. Really listen for a second. Is there water hitting glass? Is there wind hissing around the edges of your windows? Or under the door, if it's not raining, is there at least the feeling that it could? The air, heavy sky, darker than it should be for the hour. Because here's the thing, I've learned the part I really hate. This story isn't just about phones and storms. It's about how stories travel. You're hearing me because a long chain of fragile, invisible things is working properly. Copper, fiber, optics, radio waves, Wi-Fi signals, little pulses of light, and bursts of compressed sound, bouncing between towers and satellites and routers. You tap a screen, and somewhere a server hums a little louder. Data packets leap across oceans. Voices become code, and then become voices again, pouring out of a tiny speaker near your face. The first time I heard Jason's voice after he died, it came through a metal wire strung along wooden poles. The next times, it used dorm wiring, intercoms, fire alarms, VoIP systems, baby monitors, toy phones. Now it has the internet. I didn't tell the whole story to anyone, not really for a long time. Bits and pieces, yes. A boy I liked died on the phone with me is something you blurt out in college at 2 a.m. when the bottle is almost empty and someone asks about the worst thing that ever happened to you. But not the patterns, not the static, not the way the sentence followed me. The first time I laid it all out, start to finish, I was in a coffee shop with a friend who thought he liked strange stories. You probably know the type, true crime podcasts always playing horror novels stacked on the nightstand. He'd asked what the notebook was for. I could have lied. Old journal work stuff, anything. Instead, I heard myself say, it's documentation, and then the whole thing just came out. I told him about Jason, about the storm in '85, about the crack on the line. Dorm phones, office glitches, the toy phone with no batteries. I watched his face shift from curiosity to skepticism to something like unease. When I got to the part about the lightning strike, about the exact moment when Jason inhaled to ask his question, and the world decided he didn't get to be heard, something strange happened. The phone on the wall behind the counter, the one the baristas used to call suppliers and managers, gave a single sharp ring, not a normal ring. A half-choked sound cut off mid-cycle. My friend jumped a little. "That's weird timing," he said, trying to laugh it off. The barista glanced at the handset, frowned, and ignored it. A minute later, I heard her tell a coworker, "This thing keeps ringing, but there's nobody there." I felt that old cold line draw itself down my spine. Since then, I've noticed a pattern. Anytime I tell the story in full, not the sanitized version, not the something bad happened with a phone once version, but the uncut one, the phenomena gets stronger. It's like pulling the whole thing up into the light of conversation, gives it more places to go. Attention. I've started to suspect is a kind of antenna. Your brain tunes to certain frequencies when you lean in, when your heart rate picks up, when you're waiting for the next detail. You become, in a way, part of the circuit. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I know. If someone else wrote this and I was hearing it on your channel, I'd roll my eyes and tell myself they were reaching for a creepy metaphor. Except I've seen it too many times. A coworker I confided in once went home and texted me a few hours later. Okay, seriously, that freaked me out. My Bluetooth speaker just blasted static for like 2 seconds in the middle of a playlist, and then went back to normal. A cousin I finally opened up to called me the next day. We were listening to a podcast during the storm, and for half a second, it sounded like someone else cut in saying my name and then it was gone. Is that? She didn't finish the text. She didn't have to. A woman in a support group, after I shared the barest version of it, sent an email weeks later saying she'd thought she was imagining things. But since that night, her baby monitor had started emitting single random beeps during thunderstorms. No video, no motion, just sound. And those are just the ones who told me. Now you're hearing this not in a quiet room with one other person, but through whatever device you use to feed yourself stories. Your phone, your laptop. Maybe a smart speaker sitting innocently on your counter, always listening, always ready to respond when you say the right word. Do me a favor for just a few seconds. Don't look at the screen. Don't stare at the waveform or the progress bar or the comments. Just listen to the sounds around you. Do you hear a faint whine from your charger, that high, almost inaudible tone you usually ignore? Is there the soft hiss in your earbuds or headphones? The noise floor that exists before any audio starts, like the device is inhaling. Is your computer's fan spinning a little harder right now? A quiet rush of air that almost masks something else under it. Did a notification just arrive slightly off beat, one solitary plink that didn't quite match the rhythm you're used to? I'm not saying every glitch is him. I'm not saying every flicker of audio is an echo of some dead teenager stuck between words. I'm saying the more people aim their attention at this story, the more the lines thicken. Signals piggyback on other signals. That's just how networks work. I've come to think that whatever rode that lightning bolt into Jason's skull and screamed through our cheap plastic handset that night is opportunistic. It doesn't create new storms. It doesn't knock down poles. It just waits for the right combination of factors, electricity in the air. Something that can carry sound. Someone whose heart is leaning forward ready for a question. And lately, that someone doesn't have to be me. Because here's your twist, our mid-chapter jump scare, if you want to label it. I keep hearing about you. Not you personally, maybe, but people like you. Listeners, viewers, the anonymous audience that the algorithm keeps feeding these videos to. Your narrator reads my story. You listen all the way through because you do, don't you? It's late, you're invested. Your finger hovers but never quite hits close. The storm outside your window or the one vibrating in the wires of your building, even if the sky is clear, listens with you. And then afterwards, sometimes during, you notice something. A single ring from a number that doesn't exist when you scroll back later. A brief burst of static right in the middle of a song you've heard 100 times without that glitch. Your phone lighting up with an unknown caller notification that vanishes before you can swipe. A smart speaker waking up for no reason, its little ring of light spinning, once then going dark. The first time I heard about that, I told myself it was coincidence. The second time I told myself it was people scaring themselves looking for patterns because they wanted the story to be more than just mine. By the fifth or sixth message, different states, different countries, different devices, all describing the same kinds of misbehavior during storms. While listening, I stopped pretending. So if somewhere in the course of this, your audio hiccups for half a second, if you think you hear your name buried under the static of a bad connection, if your own phone gives a single strangled ring and then goes obediently quiet, just know this. I've noticed the pattern too. I'm almost done. That shouldn't feel like a dangerous thought, but it does. My hands are hovering over the keyboard, my story sprawled out in this ugly little text box, years of storms and static and half-finished sentences compressed into a few pages and some electronic metadata. At the top of the screen, the subject line reads, "Story Submission." There's a draft email addressed to your channel. My cursor blinks at the bottom of the message like a tiny, impatient heartbeat. Outside, thunder rumbles again, long and low, rolling across the neighborhood. The lights in the living room dim for a heartbeat, just enough to make the shadows stretch, then flicker back to full. The TV screen, black and glossy, catches a flash of lightning and throws a warped ghost of the room back at me. I should wait, I think. Save this, send it in the morning, on a day with clear skies and no warnings creeping across the bottom of the local news. Instead, I scroll back up through what I've written, through everything I've just told you. Jason, the call, the dorm, the office, the toy phone, the old house, searching for some last detail I might have missed. My phone on the table next to me lights up without vibrating screen flickering for a split second. For that brief moment, there's a banner across the top that doesn't look like any notification I've ever seen, just one word in stark system white letters. Unknown. No number. No icon. No tap to view. Just that word pinned like a label on the world. Then it's gone. The screen returns to my home display. No missed call in the log. No notification to clear. Fine, I say quietly to no one and nothing. We're doing this anyway. The computer speakers give a soft pop, a little surge of static like someone unplugged something too fast. In that half second of noise, I hear a fragment of a syllable, just the start of a sound. It could be anything. It could be the beginning of input or interference or just a random blip. Except I know the exact word that has tried to follow that sound for 38 years. I close my eyes for a second, inhale, exhale, and then move the cursor to the send button. If dialing a number is a way of saying, "I want you to hear me," then this is the same thing, isn't it? Not a call to one person, but to thousands, maybe more. A signal launched into the air, hoping it hits the right ears. Okay, I whisper. Here we go. I click. For just a moment, it feels like the button presses back. The email window disappears. A little spinning circle appears, then vanishes. My outbox ticks from 1 unsent to 0. Somewhere out there, a server hums and a copy of my life slides down a wire toward your queue of unread stories. And then the world stops. I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean that for a second so thin you could cut yourself on it, every ambient sound in my house cuts out. The fridge hum gone. The HVAC rush gone. The faint hiss of the TV news channel on low volume gone. Even the subtle noise of the laptop's fan just stops. It's not quiet. Quiet is soft. This is absence. A vacuum where sound used to be. I can hear my own heartbeat in my ears, hard and heavy. The silence presses against my eardrums until they ache like they're waiting for something to slam into them. Then the house lets out a small creak, one single tick of expanding wood, and the normal noises rush back in. The fridge motor coughs itself into motion. The vents exhale cool air. The TV anchor finishes a word I didn't hear the first half of. A car goes by outside tires hissing on wet asphalt. Everything's back. Nothing's changed. Except now you're in it. Because that's the thing, isn't it? Until now, you've been safely on the outside listening to a past tense. This happened. Then this. Back then, in 1985. But the moment I hit send, this stopped being just my little closed circuit. It became a broadcast. So I'm going to talk to you one last time directly. If you've made it this far past the intro, past the teenage awkwardness, past the lightning and the dorm hallway, and the office glitches and the toy phone, you've done something no one else has ever really done for me. You've held the line open, longer than Jason could, longer than my college friends tolerated, longer than any therapist had patience for. You stayed. You know his name now. You know the exact moment he died down to the detail of a breath before a sentence and a crack that sounded like metal splitting in half. And you know what he never got to finish asking. You've heard it so many times that the rhythm is probably burned into your head. I wanted to ask you. Maybe by now, some part of you is unconsciously filling in the rest. Maybe every time the phrase appears, your brain supplies a different ending. If you'd be my girlfriend. If you remember me. If you can still hear me. I'm going to ask you to do something now, and I mean this. It's not just for effect. Pause. Not the video, not the audio, just yourself. Stop scrolling. Stop reading ahead. Stop waiting for the last line like you're skimming the end of a horror story to see how bad it gets before you commit. Just sit where you are and listen. What can you hear in your room? Maybe your refrigerator ticking softly as its coils cool a tiny metallic expansion and contraction you never pay attention to. Maybe a neighbor's TV leaking through the wall, a faint murmur of dialogue and laughter, just enough to suggest someone else's life continuing on the other side of the drywall. Maybe the fan in your laptop spinning, pushing warm air out through vents that have collected more dust than they should. Maybe the almost silent buzz of your phone on the table as it checks in with towers you'll never see. Maybe the old building around you making its own sounds, pipes clanking once a radiator, sighing the faint thud of footsteps in the hallway outside your door. Maybe if you're very unlucky, there's rain tapping at your window right now. Or the low rumble of thunder far enough away that you tell yourself it's traffic. Hold those sounds in your mind. Now imagine just for a second that each one is a line, not a metaphorical one. A literal carrying line. A path from somewhere to somewhere else. From someone to someone else. We like to think the line in a phone call is something you control. You dial. You answer. You hang up. Connection on your terms. But that's not how it worked that night in 1985. And it's not how it works with this kind of story either. You've done what I never really wanted anyone to do. You've let this whole thing into your head. You've given it space, attention, bandwidth. So here's the part that matters. The only advice I can give you. The only thing that even feels like a choice. If right now, as you're paying attention to the small noises around you, one of your devices gives a little crackle. If your phone lights up with a single clipped ring and then goes silent, if your laptop's speakers pop softly like someone plugged something in or out, if your smart speaker blips awake its light circling once for no reason, don't answer, don't tap. Don't say hello into the air as a joke. Don't ask your device what it wants. Don't lean closer to see if you can make out a voice under the buzz. Because here's what I finally understood in that kitchen holding an unplugged handset, while a dead boy asked if I could still hear him. It doesn't matter which side of the line you're on. It doesn't matter if you're the one who dialed or I am or he did. It doesn't matter if it's copper wire or Wi-Fi or whatever invisible mesh you're using to hear this. As long as someone picks up, there's always another chance for him to finish that question. And after all these years, after all these storms, after all the little tests through other people's speakers and phones and alarms, I don't think he's interested in asking it just to me anymore. So if something in your room cracks the silence right now, if a notification pings offbeat or a ringtone blurts out a single aborted note, do yourself a favor, let it ring. Let it go to whatever passes for voicemail in your world. Let it talk to the static, because he's realized something I didn't understand until it was far too late. He doesn't need me on the other end anymore. He just needs someone. And this time he won't just be asking me. This story isn't just about a haunted phone line or a boy whose last words are trapped in static. At its core, it's about unfinished moments. The questions we never ask, the things we never say, and the way they echo through a life long after the storm has passed. Kathy's experience can be read on two levels. On the surface, it's a chilling, true horror narrative: storms, glitching devices, a voice that rides electricity, and signal refusing to let go. But underneath, it's also a portrait of long-term grief and how trauma can shape the way we interact with the world. The lightning strike is a turning point, but the real horror is what follows: decades of fear, guilt, and the constant sense that the past is never really over. The idea that attention works like an antenna is especially powerful. In a literal sense, the story suggests that the more you listen, the more the phenomenon grows. In a metaphorical sense, it mirrors how our minds work. The more we feed certain memories, the more vivid and invasive they become. Kathy can't move on because a part of her keeps picking up, answering the call of that night, replaying it, trying to decode it, instead of giving herself permission to set the receiver down. Yet there's something quietly hopeful hidden in her decision to tell the story. Sharing it with the Horror Channel isn't just about scaring strangers. It's about refusing to carry everything alone. Yes, that attention might amplify the haunting, but it also means other people can recognize pieces of themselves. The one call that changed everything, the bad news that arrived mid-ring, the text they were about to send when something crashed into their life. Technology in this story is both villain and mirror. Phones, speakers, baby monitors, office systems, they become channels for something unseen, but they also reflect how connected and vulnerable we are. We live in a world where a voice can cross continents in milliseconds, and yet we still struggle to say, "I care about you, I'm sorry," or "I'm scared." The haunting reminds us that hesitation has a cost if we're always waiting for the perfect time to speak life, and sometimes people won't wait with us. The final warning, "Don't answer," is chilling, but there's wisdom there too. Not every call deserves our energy. Not every echo of the past should be allowed to hijack our present. There's strength in choosing when not to pick up, in setting boundaries with old pain, even when it knocks in familiar voices. Maybe the most inspiring takeaway is this: if something matters, say it while you still can. Ask the question. Make the call. Don't let your life be defined by sentences that end in static. And now, gently, I'll turn it back to you. Is there a call in your own life you've been too afraid to make or answer? When you think about unfinished conversations, what feeling comes up first? Fear, regret, or motivation to change something now? How do you decide which signals in your life deserve your attention and which ones are just noise? After hearing Kathy's story, what's one small thing you might do differently the next time your phone rings or your intuition does?